Blog Talk Radio.
Salam to Tenais Talim, Ethiopian greetings. Shalom, Shalom Chabarim, Shalom. This is Yadin right here for the Rastafari Midnight Mondays, right here on the memorial, the passing of I brother Vaughn Benjamin, aka also known as Ake Becca. And the band Midnight, so right here, call us Rastafari Midnight Mondays. I have a hard to reason, message here at this memorial of the passing of Brother Vaughn Benjamin, coming forward. Remind I, Brother Ross Seymour Bird. Yes, I, second International Vice President, Ethiopian World Federation, Incorporated. Going to bring forth, a reason, tribute. This is a tribute to the martyrs right here. Call this Rastafari Martyrs Monday, or AKA Rastafari Midnight Monday. So stay tuned. Chabarim, of course, here. We are in the third Torah reading and feeding here in this new semester, known as Lech Leka. Go, lek, li, for ka, for the I self. Here on the air and in the Irish third Rastafari sabbatical study, Lech Leka. Also today's daily psalm, Psalm 16, Chabarim. But first up, right here, in memorial, a tribute to one of I. When we say martyr, let me just explain martyr. I have to probably go through a little teaching on martyr. We got a lot of ideas about what a martyr is. Martyr's Monday. I like the name of that, but right here we're going to go with Midnight, Rastafari Midnight Mondays, in honor, of I. Brother Vaughn Benjamin, Ake Becca, Midnight. Go reason on martyr. Martyr simply is a witness. A witness. We're called to be witnesses. He says to I, to Yisrael, the B'nai Yisrael, y'all are my witnesses. HaMoshiach, Yeshua, the King of Kings Christ, Isis Christos, Jesus Christos, Jesus Christ says, ye, y'all, I, all are witnesses. And there are some of I&I's witnesses, who bear even a powerful witness, a very powerful witness. Even the scripture speaks about the two witnesses. Interesting reasonment right there. But this witness, testify, one who bears a truthful testimony to the way, truth, and life of His Divine Majesty, Kadamawi, Haile Selassie, Moa Anbesazem Negeda Yehuda, conquering line the tribe of Judah, Negusa Negesa Ethiopia, King of Kings of Ethiopia, Siyume Egziavir, elect of God. Somebody and I say elect of Himself, the spirit and the man, spirit and truth is one. Joyful shout.
Yeah, Rastafari live it. Last year I live it and raved in the heart of all man forever. Ja.
Greetings. Okay,
I say greetings in the name of His Imperial Majesty Haile Selassie the First of Ethiopia. Honor and well wishes and favor.
Amen. Wa imru. Amen. Yes. Give thanks for that. Greetings there. Ake Becca, Vaughn Benjamin, greetings right there. They're there. And here, the evening psalm here for the second day of the strong, the second day of what the Gentiles call the week. Here for this Shabua, second day. Here, Psalm 48.
Rastafari. Africa is a must. So nobody post now cross. You have to jump on this bus. Zion born, right? Do it.
מזמור מ"ח, שיר מזמור לבני קורח. גדול אדוני ומהולל מאוד, בעיר אלוהינו הר קודשו. יפה נוף משוש כל הארץ, הר ציון ירכתי צפון, קריית מלך רב. אלוהים בארמנותיה נודע למשגב, כי הנה המלכים נועדו, עברו יחדיו. המה ראו כן תמהו, נבהלו נחפזו. רעדה אחזתם שם, חיל כיולדה. ברוח קדים תשבר אוניות תרשיש. כאשר שמענו כן ראינו, בעיר אדוני צבאות, בעיר אלוהינו. אלוהים יכונניה עד עולם סלע. דימינו אלוהים חסדך בקרב היכליך. כשמך אלוהים כן תהילתך על קצווי ארץ, צדק מלאה ימיניך. ישמח הר ציון, תגלנה בנות יהודה למען משפטיך. שובו ציון והקיפוה, ספרו מגדליה. שיטו לבכם לחילה, פסגו ארמנותיה. למען תספרו לדור אחרון, כי זה אלוהים אלוהינו עולם ועד, הוא ינהגנו על מות.
Psalm 48.
מזמור מ"ח, שיר מזמור לבני קורח.
Great is the Lord, and greatly to be praised in the city of our God, in the mountain of his holiness. Beautiful for situation, the joy of the whole earth, is Mount Zion, on the sides of the north, the city of the great king. God is known in her palaces for a refuge, for lo, the kings were assembled. They passed by together, they saw it, and so they marveled. They were troubled and hasted away. Fear took hold upon them there, and pain as of a woman in travail. Breakest the ships of Tarshish with an east wind. As we have heard, so have we seen in the city of the Lord of hosts, in the city of our God. God will establish it forever. Selah. We have thought of thy loving kindness, O God, in the midst of thy temple. According to thy name, O God, so is thy praise unto the ends of the earth. Thy right hand is full of righteousness. Let Mount Zion rejoice. Let the daughters of Judah be glad because of thy judgment. Walk about Zion and go round about her. Tell the towers thereof. Mark ye well her bulwarks. Consider her palaces, that ye may tell it to the generation following. For this God is our God forever and ever. He will be our guide forever, 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 forever.
Yes, Rastafari. Midnight Mondays, right here, midnight with He is Jah.
Hey, the man, they believe they got man money in them 5 points in 10 and pencil. Make condition bad for the earth, man, go. Condition good for you, so you come. Earth equatorial is the high ground. Yeah, the lion of Judah throne. Oh, the lion of Judah throne. Yeah, the lion of Judah throne. Oh, Christians from ages never heard of Jesus Christ. It's just the earth which is burned to a Christ. And with a heaven night, not the rights of the first estate. And the truth rightly divide. Fire burn, Luciferian pride. Fire burn, Luciferian pride. Yeah. Teaching disobedience as to bring out the intellectual light. When lightning rasta struck the king in flight, out the city worker glowworm yaga burn ignite. I intend father put fire amnesia. Yeah. Because of them the kind of some nagar yeah. Whatever the blood manifests at the picture. First I'm seen as a Jah. Yeah, first I'm seen as Jah. Yeah, and he is Jah. Jah. Yeah. No higher reality than parental order. Yeah, in earth as it is in heaven, remember. We would even be without life chance to opinion. Apple them cutting fight to consult them demon. Jump it blast to the nation. Jump it blast to the nation. Yeah, remember your fathers and your mothers and step on the land. Yeah, no exterior arm or branch of deviation. No electrical escape from mind current. Combine the love of the people is equal. As I Jah, yeah, King Alpha and Queen Omega. Jah, yeah, yeah. Pledge to die in the effort in your secret chapter. Humble yourself, drop on his viper. Slither on the belly for your lack of member. Yeah, Rastaman said I make your back surface dry. Yeah, Rastaman said I make your back surface dry. Yeah, still see of thinking up ever. Yeah, still see of thinking up ever. Yeah, recognize and heal him as he is Jah. As a Jah, yeah, as he is Jah, yeah, as he is Jah, as he is Jah, yeah, as he is Jah, as he Kadamawi,
the whole place is due for help.
And because he is Yah, Rastafari, Mahala Selassie, I, called, chosen, and faithful of his name's sake, must love one another. Midnight, love one
all I did to Rasta, vintage of rain shower, Makalito Adawa, love you one another, love you one another, love you one another, check his water enemy, give it free, love you one another. Love me one another, love me one another, love me one another. Cycle of ancestral, Abuna and Ababa, that's why a soldier. What about the fight? Love me one another, love me one another. Could be the latest of the night and anything early in the morning time. Might be there for your needs. Treat them right all the time. One another. Love you one another. Love you one another. What a vibe gonna chalawa. Send up a vibe throughout the struggle. To help one each other. Instagram, vinegar. What a power rover. Devotion, the fire. Might be there for your need. Treat them right all the time. Hey, look and see, me nah shy about nothing where I feel me. Cause as long as get the people still a hear me. Yeah, divine liberty, divine liberty. Yeah, what is the vision of the spirit of hungry? Is it seen and never satisfied? Is it the outgrowth that endanger the inside? And so any of the two extremes can confuse the mind. Any of the two extremes can confuse your mind. Yeah, yeah. Sin that left when Rasta done, wipe out man down. Nothing to control world. Jesus caution, seal of time. Morning to evening, hunt for identity sales. Robbing the poor man blind. Robbing the poor man blind. Yeah. Yeah. Look and see it. Me now show you about nothing where I feel me. From as long as they get the people still are hear me. Divine liberty. Divine liberty. This machine stay on, waiting at the documents are right. Word what must come to life. Word what that which must come to life. People who don't choose evil for life, don't work it out nice and for life. Liberal Satan seen as the angel of light. Liberal Satan seen as the angel of light. Yeah. Wicked utmost clarity of fragmentation when they speak of their high rhetorical practice to lie. Sweet politicians signing documents of their own defeat. Money late tonight, phone call. Whoa, yeah. Voting seats and right. For voting seats and people's right. Yeah. Manufacturing love in a debate. Pole positions according to the polls is their exaltation. It's in their interest to maintain the massive ignorance. Answer to no one, ask no one for permission. That is them political definition. Look and see it. Me not shy about nothing. Where you being me? From as long as get the people still like hear me. Yeah. Divine identity. Divine identity. Divine identity. Divine identity. Yeah. If them have man a ramp and roll for redemption concerning the people that they are, that is alright. No receptive place, but the uninformed mind. Rough down and sell it to the monster buyout. Switzerland, the money decoy, the offshore road. You no powder, you no sell the generations out. No, destructive environmental breach of a open mouth. Yeah, of a open mouth. Yeah, of your open mouth. Yeah, economic teach, articulate and bright they about. Hear nothing about. The what they know is not nothing about. Look and see it. Me now show you about nothing where I feel me. But as long as they get the people still I hear me. Divine liberty. Divine liberty. Divine liberty. arms of justice guide me. The arms of justice guide me. All of me, yeah. The arms of justice. All of me, yeah.
Hear, O Israel, 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 Israel.
Shema Yisrael, 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 Yisrael.
The Lord our God, 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 God.
Adonai Elohenu, 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 Elohenu.
Is one Lord, 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 Lord.
Children of the new covenant, here I, O Israel, Rastafari is one. Blazing tongue of flame, get a youth, so you know your name come. For he shall have judgment without mercy, that have shown no mercy. For mercy rejoices against judgment, in secret ridicule. Wherefore also it is contained in the scripture, behold, I lay in Zion a chief cornerstone, elect and precious, and he that believeth on him shall not be confounded. But ye are a chosen generation, a royal priesthood, a holy nation, a peculiar people, that ye should show forth the praises of him who is called out of darkness into his marvelous light. Having good conscience, that whereas they speak evil of you as of evildoers, that they may be ashamed and falsely accuse your good conversation in Jah. You can of the new name covenant. Here I, O Israel, the Rastafari is one. For the time is come that judgment must begin at the house of Jah. And if it first begin at I and I, what shall be the end of them that obey not Jah? Behold, the hire of the laborers who are reaped down of field, which is of you kept back by fraud, quiet, and the cries of them which have reaped are entered into the ears of the Lord of Sabbath, or are we children of the new covenant? Here I, O Israel, Rastafari is one. Children of the new name covenant, here I, O Israel, Rastafari is one. Rastafari is one. Rastafari is one.
Hear, O Israel, 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 Israel.
Shema Yisrael, 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 Yisrael.
The Lord our God, 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 God.
Adonai Elohenu, 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 Elohenu.
Is one Lord, 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 Lord.
Adonai Echad, Adonai Echad, Adonai Echad, Adonai Echad.
Yes, sir. What do you think
Hear, O Israel, 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 Israel.
Shema Yisrael, Yisrael,
The Lord our God, 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 God.
Adonai Elohenu, 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 Elohenu.
Is one Lord, 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 Lord.
Adonai Echad, 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 Adonai Echad.
And thou shalt love the Lord thy God with all thine heart, and and with all thy soul, and with all thy might. And these words which I command thee this day shall be in thine heart. And thou shalt teach them diligently unto thy children, and shalt talk of them when thou sittest in thine house, and when thou walkest by the way, and when thou liest down, and when thou risest up. And thou shalt bind them for a sign upon thine hand, and they shall be as frontlets between thine eyes. And thou shalt write them upon the posts of thy house, and on thy gates, my 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 gates. And it shall come to pass, if ye shall hearken diligently unto my commandments which I command you this day, to love the Lord your God, and to serve him with all your heart and with all your soul, that I will give you the rain of your land in his due season, the first rain and the latter rain, that thou mayest gather in thy corn, and thy wine, and thine oil. And I will send grass in thy fields for thy cattle, that thou mayest eat and be full. Take heed to yourselves, that your heart be not deceived, and ye turn aside and serve other gods and worship them. And then the Lord's wrath be kindled against you, and he shut up the heaven, that there be no rain, and that the land yield not her fruit, and lest ye perish quickly from off the good land which the Lord giveth you. Therefore shall ye lay up these my words in your heart and in your soul, and bind them for a sign upon your hand, that they may be as frontlets between your eyes. And ye shall teach them your children, speaking of them when thou sittest in thine house, and when thou walkest by the way, when thou liest down, and when thou risest up. And thou shalt write them upon the doorposts of thine house and upon thy gates, that your days may be multiplied, and the days of your children, in the land which the Lord sware unto your fathers to give them, as the days of heaven upon the earth, 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 upon the earth. And the Lord spake unto Moses, saying, Speak unto the children of Israel, and bid them that they make them fringes in the borders of their garments throughout their generations, and that they put upon the fringe of the borders a riband of blue. And it shall be unto you for a fringe, that ye may look upon it, and remember all the commandments of the Lord, and do them. And that ye seek not after your own heart and your own eyes, after which ye used to go a whoring, that ye may remember and do all my commandments, and be holy unto your God. I am the Lord your God, which brought you out of the land of Egypt to be your God. I am the Lord your God.
Great is the Lord and greatly to be praised in the city of our God, the mountain of His holiness. Beautiful is thy creation, joys of the whole earth, is Mount Zion. And the sides of the north is the city of a great king, Yah. God known in her place for thy refuge, for lo the kings assembled. They passed by together, they saw it, and so they marveled. They troubled and hasted away, for they took hold upon them, pains as a woman travels. Thou breakest a ship of Zion with east wind, as herb and oak of east seems the city of the Lord. Oh. In the city of our God will I establish it forever, ever, ever. We have truth as the loving kindness, our God, in the midst of thy temple. According to thy name, O God, so the praise unto the ends of the earth. Righteousness in the hand of righteousness. Let Mount Zion be rejoiced, yes. Let the daughter of Judah be glad, because thy judgment, Yah. Walk about Zion and go around about here. Tell it to us, therefore, Yah. Great is the Lord and greatly to be praised in the city of our God, the mountain of His holiness. Beautiful for visitation, for joy, and the whole earth, Yah. Mount Zion and the sides of the north, city of the great king. God known in her place for the refuge. For lo as the kings were assembled and passed by together, they saw it. And so they marveled, they troubled and hasted away. Fear took hold upon them, they have seen as a woman that traveled. They have seen as a woman that go on a travel, Yah. I saw ships travels with east wind, and we have heard heaven seen the city of the Lord. Oh, the city of our God will I establish it forever. Forever will I establish it, Yah. Yeah. God knows.
Princes shall come out of Egypt. Ethiopia shall soon stretch out her hands unto God. Sing unto God, ye kingdoms of the earth. Oh, sing praises unto the Lord. Selah.
Babylon burning. Babylon burning. Babylon burns. They have no water. Fire, fire, fire.
Blessed be Ab, Ubu, Manfactuadu, Adu, Amla, Aman. Princess has come out of Egypt. Ethiopians now stretches forth their hands unto God. O God of Ethiopia, our divine majesty, thy spirit has come into our heart to dwell in the path of righteousness. Lead us. Help us to forgive, that we must be forgiven. Teach us love, loyalty, on earth as it is in Zion. Endure us with thy wisdom, knowledge, and understanding to do thy will. Thy blessing to you, that the hungry be fed, the naked be clothed, the sick nourished, the aged protected, and the infants cared for. Deliver us from the hands of our enemies, that we may prove fruitful in these last days. When our enemies are past and decay, in the depths of the sea, in the depths of the earth, or in the bowels of a beast. Oh, give us all a place in thy kingdom forever. Selah. Let the words of our mouth and the meditation of our heart be acceptable in thy sight. O Jah, thou art the strength and our Redeemer, that liveth and reigneth in the heart of man.
It is good that you are here to record this picture of me in my palace garden at Addis Ababa. People who see this throughout the world will realize that even in the 20th century, with faith, courage, and a just cause, David will still beat Goliath.
The kingdom. A revolutionary soldier. The kingdom. Alongside Lucian and leading out the truth. The truth. The kingdom come down upon earth. Rastafari voice was the earth. The kingdom come down upon earth. King Selassie, I am his shepherd. The kingdom come down upon earth. Rastafari voice was the earth. The kingdom come down upon earth. Revolutionary soldier is a Babylon of the God. They knew them of the accept the truth. Come on, a revolutionary soldier. Long time we knew them of the. They knew them of the accept. Well, them can't stop me from freedom. Make sure Babylon. You gun them soon now, no use. No more get a youth, then you can't come shoot. The youth them sick. And them find the truth again. The truth we like the sea. The people like the fruit. I am the plant, I am the lamb. This them and the root. Louisiana, kingdom with the division moon. Behold the Lion of Judah. It's conquered again and again. Set to the captives free. Yes, again and again and again. The kingdom come down upon earth. Rastafari voice of the earth. The kingdom come down upon earth. King Selassie, I am his shepherd. The kingdom come down upon earth. Rastafari voice of the earth. The kingdom come down upon earth. King Selassie, I am his shepherd. Well, Babylon, to listen when you're the time inclined. Don't knock me from my black line. Believe us, have a vision now anytime. The youth them sick, them search and find, and them know I am at 11 and you're 39. So much get to you, get from borderline. And no more you no be get no
time Babylon a figure. Them youth them have the accept the truth. Man a revolution every total long time recruit them have the. Them youth them have the accept. Well them can't stop me from lead out me troop.
The kingdom come down upon earth. Rastafari life of the earth. The kingdom come down upon earth. King Selassie I am his shepherd. The kingdom come down upon earth. Rastafari life of the earth.
And this Babylon now go overstand. When them see the mountain sail from the ocean, them a wonder if a dream or a vision. I wonder if it's real or illusion. Tell the whole of them better overstand. Africa me know that it's all on your come from. Just it up me moving through the pollution. Hey, Lucian and then Patan, the song Babylon a figure. Them youth them have to accept the truth. Man the revolution every total long time the truth them have to. Them youth them have to accept. Well them just stop them from me down the truth. Lucian and
Old to Lion of Judah.
Shem Ha'av W'Habein Ruach HaKadosh. Glory be to the Father, the Son, the Holy Spirit. Glory be. Glory be. We're going to ride up here for this force. Send for yourself, go for yourself. Lech, here, the third. Here with the third sabbatical study for this Shabbat strong. Shabbat Lech. Go for self, send for yourself.
Sabbatical study, this I Rastafari sabbatical study for this Shabbat strong. Shabbat strong. Shabbat strong. Shabbat strong. Shabbat strong.
Heard of it at Ephrata. We found it in the fields of the wood. Chapter 12. Now the Lord had said unto Abram, Get thee out of thy country, and from thy kindred, and from thy father's house, to a land that I will show thee. And I will make of thee a great nation, and I will bless thee, and make thy name great. And thou shalt be a blessing. And I will bless them that bless thee, and curse him that curseth thee. And in thee shall all families of the earth be blessed. So Abram departed, as the Lord had spoken unto him, and Lot went with him. And Abram was 75 years old when he departed out of Haran. And Abram took Sarai his wife, and Lot his brother's son, and all their substance that they had gathered, and the souls that they had gotten in Haran, and they went forth to go into the land of Canaan. And into the land of Canaan, into the land of Canaan, they came, 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 Canaan. And Abram passed through the land unto the place of Sychem, unto the plain of Moreh, and the Canaanite was then in the land. And the Lord appeared unto Abram and said, Unto thy seed will I give this land. And there builded he an altar unto the Lord who appeared unto him. And he removed from thence unto a mountain on the east of Bethel, and pitched his tent, having Bethel on the west, and Hai on the east. And there he builded an altar unto the Lord, and called upon the name of the Lord. And Abram journeyed, going on still toward the south. And there was a famine in the land. And Abram went down into Egypt to sojourn there, for the famine was grievous in the land. And it came to pass, when he was come near to enter into Egypt, that he said unto Sarai his wife, Behold now, I know that thou art a fair woman to look upon. Therefore it shall come to pass, when the Egyptians shall see thee, that they shall say, This is his wife. And they will kill me, but they will save thee alive. Say, I pray thee, thou art my sister, that it may be well with me for thy sake, and my soul shall live because of thee. And it came to pass that when Abram was come into Egypt, the Egyptians beheld the woman, that she was very fair. The princes also of Pharaoh saw her, and commended her before Pharaoh, and the woman was taken into Pharaoh's house. And he entreated Abram well for her sake. And he had sheep and oxen, and he-asses, and men-servants, and maid-servants, and she-asses, and camels. And the Lord plagued Pharaoh and his house with great plagues, because of Sarai, Abram's wife. And Pharaoh called Abram and said, What is this that thou hast done unto me? Why didst thou not tell me that she was thy wife? Why saidst thou, She is my sister? So I might have taken her to me to wife. Now therefore, behold thy wife, take her and go thy way. And Pharaoh commanded his men concerning him, and they sent him away, and his wife, and all that he had. Chapter 13. And Abram went up out of Egypt, he and his wife and all that he had, and Lot with him, into the south. And Abram was very rich in cattle, in silver, and in gold. And he went on his journeys from the south even to Bethel, unto the place where his tent had been at the beginning, between Bethel and Hai, unto the place of the altar, which he had made there at the first. And there Abram called on the name of the Lord. And Lot also, which went with Abram, had flocks and herds and tents. And the land was not able to bear them, that they might dwell together, for their substance was great, so that they could not dwell together. And there was a strife between the herdmen of Abram's cattle and the herdmen of Lot's cattle. And the Canaanite and the Perizzite dwelled then in the land. And Abram said unto Lot, Let there be no strife, I pray thee, between me and thee, and between my herdmen and thy herdmen, for we be brethren. Is not the whole land before thee? Separate thyself, I pray thee, from me. If thou wilt take the left hand, then I will go to the right, or if thou depart to the right hand, then I will go to the left. And Lot lifted up his eyes, and beheld all the plain of Jordan, that it was well watered everywhere, before the Lord destroyed Sodom and Gomorrah, even as the garden of the Lord, like the land of Egypt, as thou comest unto Zoar. Then Lot chose him all the plain of Jordan, and Lot journeyed east, and they separated themselves the one from the other. Abram dwelled in the land of Canaan, and Lot dwelled in the cities of the plain, and pitched his tent toward Sodom. But the men of Sodom were wicked and sinners before the Lord exceedingly. And the Lord said unto Abram, after that Lot was separated from him, Lift up now thine eyes, and look from the place where thou art, northward, and southward, and eastward, and westward. For all the land which thou seest, to thee will I give it, and to thy seed forever. And I will make thy seed as the dust of the earth, so that if a man can number the dust of the earth, then shall thy seed also be numbered. Arise, walk through the land in the length of it and in the breadth of it, for I will give it unto thee. Then Abram removed his tent, and came and dwelt in the plain of Mamre, which is in Hebron, and built there an altar unto the Lord. Chapter 14. And it came to pass in the days of Amraphel king of Shinar, Arioch king of Elasar, Kedorlaomer king of Elam, and Tidal king of nations, that these made war with Bera king of Sodom, and with Birsha king of Gomorrah, Shinab king of Admah, and Shemeba king of Zeboim, and the king of Bela, which is Zoar. All these were joined together in the vale of Sidon, which is the Salt Sea. 12 years they served Kedorlaomer, and in the 13th year they rebelled. And in the 14th year came Kedorlaomer and the kings that were with him, and smote the Rephaims in Ashtaroth Karnaim, and the Zuzims in Ham, and the Emims in Shavi Kiriathaim, and the Horites in their Mount Seir, unto Elter, which is by the wilderness. And they returned and came to En-Mishpat, which is Kadesh, and smote all the country of the Amalekites, and also the Amorites that dwelt in Hazezon Tamar. And there went out the king of Sodom, and the king of Gomorrah, and the king of Admah, and the king of Zeboim, and the king of Bela, the same as Zoar. And they joined battle with them in the vale of Sidon, with Kedorlaomer the king of Elam, and with Tidal king of nations, and with Amraphel king of Shinar, and Arioch king of Elasar, 4 kings with fire. And the vale of Sidon was full of slime pits, and the kings of Sodom and Gomorrah fled and fell there, and they that remained fled to the mountain. And they took all the goods of Sodom and Gomorrah and all their victuals, and went their way. And they took Lot, Abram's brother's son, who dwelt in Sodom, and his goods, and departed. And there came one that had escaped, and told Abram the Hebrew, for he dwelt in the plain of Mamre the Amorite, brother of Eshcol, and brother of Aner, and these were confederates with Abram. And when Abram heard that his brother was taken captive, he armed his trained servants, born in his own house, 318, and pursued them unto Dan. And he divided himself against them, he and his servants, by night, and smote them, and pursued them unto Hobah, which is on the left hand of Damascus. And he brought back all the goods, and also brought again his brother Lot, and his goods, and the women also, and the people. And the king of Sodom went out to meet him after his return from the slaughter of Kedorlaomer, and of the kings that were with him at the valley of Shavi, which is the king's dale. And Melchizedek, king of Salem, brought forth bread and wine. And he was the priest of the Most High God. And he blessed him, and said, Blessed be Abram of the Most High God, possessor of heaven and earth. And blessed be the Most High God, which hath delivered thine enemies into thy hand. And he gave him tithes of all. And the king of Sodom said unto Abram, Give me the persons, and take the goods to thyself. And Abram said to the king of Sodom, I have lifted up mine hand unto the Lord, the Most High God, the possessor of heaven and earth, that I will not take from a thread even to a shoe latchet, and that I will not take anything that is thine, lest thou shouldest say, I have made Abram rich, made Abram rich, made Abram rich, save only that which the young men have eaten, and the portion of the men which went with me, Aner, Eshcol, and Mamre. Let them take their portion, let them take their portion, 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 take their portion.
Sabbatical study, this I Rastafari sabbatical study for this Shabbat Strong. Shabbat Strong. Shabbat Strong.
Are ye not as children of the Ethiopians unto me, O children of Israel, O children of Israel?
Shema Yisrael, Adonai Elohenu, Adonai Echad, Adonai Echad.
Ua mia moladiteka. Ua mia, Shema Yisrael. Hear, give ear, O Yisrael. Hear, for the Rishon Aliyah, the first reading, the first up offering here for this Shabbat, Lech-Lekah, for this Sabbath, get thee out. Lech-Lekah. Here, picking up with the first book of Moshe, Hebrew book called Genesis. Genesis chapter 12 for the first Aliyah, the first reading, the Rishon Aliyah. Here for this Shabbat Lech-Lekah. Genesis chapter 12, the fourth dispensation, the promise from the call of Abraham to the giving of the law, the giving of HaTorah. The fourth, or the Abrahamic covenant. B'Shem Ha'av v'Habein v'Ruach HaKadosh Yahuwah Echad. Vayomer Yahuwah el Avram Lech-Lekah me'aretzecha ua mi'moladitecha ua mi'beit avika el ha'aretz asher areka. Now, Jehovah had said to Abram, Vayomer Yahuwah el Avram, get thee out, Lech-Lekah. Get thee out of thy country, Lech-Lekah, me'aretzecha, and from thy kindred, ua mi'moladitecha, and from thy father's house, mi'beit avika, to a land that I will shew thee, el ha'aretz asher areka, and I will make of thee a great nation, and I will bless thee and make thy name great, and thou shalt be a bracha, a blessing, and I will bless them that bless thee and curse him that curseth thee and in thee shall all families of the earth be blessed. Abram in the land. Worship, communion, and promise, hope, expectation. Verse 4. So Abram departed as Jehovah had spoken to him, and Lot went with him. And Abram was 75 years old when he departed out of Haran. And Abram took Sarai, Sarai, his wife, and Lot, his brother's son, and all their substance that they had gathered, and the souls that they had gotten in Haran. And they went forth to go into the land of Canaan. And into the land of Canaan they came. And Abram passed through the land to the place of Sichem, to the plain of Moreh. And the Canaanites was then in the land. And Jehovah appeared to Abram and said, to thy seed to thy race, to thy seed will I give this land, and there builded he an altar like Yahweh to Jehovah, who appeared to him. And he removed from there, to a mountain on the east of Bethel, and pitched his tent, having Bethel on the west and Hai on the east. And there he builded an altar like Yahweh to Jehovah, and called upon the name, upon the Shem, the Hashem, the name of Yahweh Jehovah. And Abram journeyed, going on still toward the Negev, the south. Under trial, Abram forsakes the place of Bracha, the place of blessing. Verse 10. And there was a famine in the land, and Abram went down into Egypt, Mitzrayim, into Kemet, to sojourn there, for the famine was grievous in the land. And it came to pass, when he was come near to enter into Mitzrayim, into Egypt, into Kemet, that he said to Sarai Ishto, he said to Sarai his wife, Behold now, I know that thou art a fair woman, a beautiful and beautiful woman to look upon. Therefore it shall come to pass, when the Egyptians shall see thee, that they shall say, This is his wife Ishto, and they will kill me, they will kill I, but they will save thee alive. Say, I pray thee, thou art my sister, Achoti, that it may be well with me for thy sake, and my soul shall live because of thee I. And here, Shema Yisrael, here for the Sheni, Aliyah, for this Shabbat Lech, for this Sabbath, get thee out. The Sheni, Aliyah, here, First book of Moshe, Hebrew book called Genesis chapter 12, here at verse 14. Verse 14 for the Sheni, the second reading, the second up offering for this Shabbat Lech. Why Yehi Kutbo Avram Mitzrayma Why Yeruah Ha Mitzrayma Eta Ha-Isha Ki Yafa Hi Me'od. And it came to pass, why he could bowl Avrama Mitzrayim. And it came to pass that when Avram was come into Mitzrayim, into Egypt, into Kemet, the Egyptians beheld the woman, that she was very fair, that she was very beautiful. Why Yeruah Ha Mitzrayim Eta Ha-Isha Kia Yafa. The princes also of Pharaoh saw her, and commended her before Pharaoh. And the woman was taken into Pharaoh's bait, into Pharaoh's house. And he entreated Avram well for her sake. And he had sheep and oxen, and he asses, and men servants, and maid servants, and she asses and camels. And Jehovah plagued Pharaoh, and Beito, and his house with great plagues, because of Sarai, Avram's wife. And Pharaoh called Avram and said, What is this that thou hast done to me, that thou hast done to I? Why didst thou not tell me that she was thy wife? Why saidst thou, she is my sister? So I might have taken her to me to wife. Now, therefore, behold, Ishtaka, the eye's wife, take her and go thy way. And Pharaoh commanded his men concerning him, and they sent him away. and Ishto, his wife, and all that he had. And here, Shema Israel, here, Gevir. First book of Moshe, Hebrew book, Genesis chapter 13. Abram returns to the land and HaMizbeach and the altar. And Abram went up out of Egypt, Mitzrayim, out of Kemet, he and Ishto and his wife, and all that he had, and Lot with him, into the south, into the Negev. And Abram was very rich in cattle, in silver, and in gold. And he went on his journeys from the Negev, from the south, even to Beit El, to the place, Hamakom, the place where his tent had been at the beginning, between Beit El, Bethel, and Hai, to the place, Hamakom, to the place of Hamizbeach, to the place of the altar, which he had made there at the first. And there Abram called on the name, the Shemi Yahweh, on the Hashem of Yahweh, on the name of Jehovah. Sabbatical study, this I Rastafari sabbatical study for this Shabbat strong.
Yes. It's Torah reading and feeding right here, Lech. Stand by, Ras Seymour and the Q right here. Here we call this Rastafari Midnight Mondays right here. Well, here we have this third Torah reading and feeding right here, Lech. But here, Eleni here, and then we'll come to the I and, in memorial, tribute to the martyrs right here. But we call upon Yah, Rastafari.
Jehovah Jireh, my provider. Jehovah Jireh, my provider. Jehovah Jireh, my provider. I will never ever be alone. You're always beside me, holding me and calling me your own. Only to you I belong, Jaja, ooh, Jaja, you, Jaja. I'm my closest friend, Jaja, King, Jaja. You are everything, so I sing. Jehovah Jireh, you're my provider. Jireh, my Jehovah Jireh, you're my provider. All the crooked paths shall be made straight, and no weapon formed against me shall prosper. You keep me safe, providing for me. You shield me, Jaja, heal me, Jaja, free me, Jaja. You're my closest friend, Jaja, King, Jaja. You are everything, so I sing. Oh yeah, Jehovah Jireh, you're my provider. Jehovah Jireh, you're my provider. Jireh, ooh, you are my heart and soul desire.
You know that seem to provide and greetings here.
I say greetings in the name of His Imperial Majesty I, Haile Selassie I the First of Ethiopia. Honor and well wishes and favor.
Yes, greetings, Ross. See more like bird. Yes, Ross. Yes, I and I, brethren. Yes, salute I am. I hear, right?
Everyone. Yes, I. Can you hear, right?
Yes, I. Yeah, man.
Yes, greetings to everyone. Greetings in the name of His Majesty Exhibit Kadamawi Haile Selassie I. We say Jah Rastafari. Yes, we give thanks to the Lion of Judah Society. A tribute to Vaughn Benjamin, lead singer of Midnight, known as Aki Becker. You know, giving a tribute to the 4th of November 2024. It's 5 years since the transitioning of the brethren, Vaughn Benjamin, you know. So tonight was LOJ Society giving a little tribute to Vaughn Benjamin, and we need to keep this music going, you know. When he was here, they tried to stifle this music, you know. I gonna talk it, you know. They try to stifle this music and not let this music get out to the people, you know. And we have a responsibility, especially the Rastafari community, to make sure that this food get to the next generation, and not just the music. You know, there's a lot of interviews out there that, you know, are gold mines, you know, are treasure troves of knowledge. You know, we need to keep these interviews circling as well. You know, any interviews he's had that he's left us, we need to keep these things circulating along with the music. You know, because this is not just music. You know, this is food. You know, food for the soul. You know, people call him a teacher, but he said he came to wake up dormancy. You know, so let's keep this vibe going, keep this music pumping, you know, and keep Rastafari going. You know, this is the whole mission. You know, the whole mission was Rastafari. You know, and that was his whole mission was Rastafari. That's why he never put his face on no cover of album and them things, because it's about Rastafari. See?
Yes,
so this is the whole mission, you know. And we give thanks to Vaughn Benjamin, you know, for all the work that he did and what he's left us. And we're going to treasure this and use it the right way, you know, and make sure that the upcoming generation have access to this music and these interviews more accessible than it was when he was here, you know. So he left us over 80-something albums, you know. So ones and ones, look into these albums, look into these music, look into these teachings, you know. So I just wanted to come and give a song on this day, you know, that the brother transition, you know. Good brethren, you know, is one of the few people you meet in life who, you know, what you see is what you get, you know. There is no fake in the man, you know. So, you know, it's not, you see him singing a music and preach, you know, and giving a message and not living what he's, you know, speaking, you know, like he practice what he preach, you know, and he walk, you know, walk what he talk, you know. So, you know, like it's few of those, you know. So we give thanks to it. Lion of Judah Society.
Yes, sir. LOJ. Yes, sir. Yeah, man. Yeah. Yes, sir. Hope the people can hear, because the brother called in right here on the platform. But, you know, we're going to also have some, you know, some on the live stream as well. Ones are getting to pick up on the word sound right there. A couple of key points. I know you kind of just went through, you know, some of the key points, but really need to unpack even those key points. Even I think one of the points you just made right there about not putting his face, you know, on any album, you know, but being livicated to the king and focusing on the king's message and the word of truth, you know, and the scripture and the Bible. I think a next brethren also had said, I think it was I brother, Jaraitis, Tzedek, you know, brother Garvin, he had said that when you listen to his music, you know, it wakes up that dormancy. You have to go and study, you know what I mean? You know, to show yourself approved, you know, he speaks on themes that Rastafari need to know and need to grow in. Definitely. The music is not just a message, but it's a teaching. Because you're gonna hear things. You know what I'm saying? That you're gonna have to study. As the word says. His Majesty said, "For my part, I glory in the Bible." And bringing out, unpacking that message. Is so very, very important, and that's why our name has one of the martyrs. But before we can even really appreciate love, the fullness of it, we have to know what that word really, truly means. You know what I mean? It means to witness, to testify. Though all of I and I may testify, some of our testimony cuts. It cuts like a sword, like a two-edged sword. And one becomes that witness becomes one of those witnesses. You know what I mean? For that work that has been put in, and for the sharpness of the message, waking up dormancy. Definitely, definitely. There's an interview I like to share right here that I share with ones and ones, so ones and ones can also hear the interview, not just about the music on that level, but it's, how can you say? Oh man, I call it like temple music. Like when we gather together, like in the ancient times. It's not just like a 1 minute tune or a 2 minute, 2 minute tune or 3 minute tune. Jingle, jingle, jingle. You know what I mean? But it's like, it has the music, the message, the meditation. Is all within it. It's like a liturgy for His divine majesty.
His interviews are like his music. It's a lot to it's a lot to unpack. You ask him a question, and he'll answer 3 or 4 questions that you had ready to ask within that one question you asked.
I have 2 or 3 questions to ask you. You ask the first question, and it's like, champ, brother, give thanks. The other 2 and 3 you already answered right there. Check out this right here. You remember this one? I call it Rastafari reasoning, though it might have a more specific name right here. But hear this one right here. Just stay on the line. Hear this.
When you say Rastafari and you say this out to the world, now you automatically have to order the way you eat. It align your meridian because you told the world so. So them are watch you now because you say so. You said Rastafari, so now your own woman I watch you, I tell you, so now, how you deal with me, so I say Rastafari, I believed in you. And she have moral authority and grounds upon which to stand. So you go on the road and you mistreat your brethren say, but how you say Rastafari and you deal with me shortcoming this year? And if you're honorable and you're in the guilty, you stand up and you stand down. That's what you do. Stand up and stand down and say, my Lord, let me try and fix this, my Lord, my son. I don't want it to go so. These are the things. We have a word, we do that. Rastafari. When you say this name, your diet become aligned. Actuality, the treatment of a woman, the treatment of a child, the treatment of a plant, the treatment of an animal. Because you said it to the world. So now the world will look upon you to demonstrate why you have chosen to say this. It's not that they are judgmental of you. It's not that they are saying, oh, we're going to watch them to see them Rasta man, then I'll live up. It's not that. You said it. Someone can come take it up for. Come choose it for. If it's not something of benefit and beneficial. So this is what we know. We have it as a strong thing I work within hand, in mouth, in levity. I can even show you how socio-economic and trickle-down economics involved. Because you say Rastafari, that's a t-shirt. You say Rastafari, that's a hat. You say Rastafari, that's a ital. You say Rastafari, that's an album. You say Rastafari, that's a pair of shoes. Whole market economy I run off of them thing, yeah. They say hip-hop, and that's an intrinsic cultural sound, and not a music. So you see what happened? Everything tangled together and tied together. This is why the man them have always tried to ride inside the Quran and pervert them in their straight places, create schisms from within to break us apart. When I get we betray the youth, them will stand up and put themselves frontally in danger. We stand up and say the right thing and to do the right thing because them is father and brother in people's neighborhood. They have to be worthy to be called a protector and a father. They have to be worthy of that. So how come you stand up there today and let them do that to me? This is what the question she may have, and rightfully. So this is the only reason man I stand forth to talk. Don't try to set up man out here, you know. Because we are watching too, you know. I try to set up the youth them, you know. I try to set up the singers them, I say them is this and them is that. Eh? The youth them I try to step forward to say what is the right because the political leader and the head of state, the legislative body will not say so. And the people can't find. And the people that run around like Ichabod Crane with them heads cut off. And you kill the head and the body die. So this is why they have to take away a headpiece. One by his attributes, by his merit in a meritocracy and a theocracy simultaneously.
One of my favorites.
Yeah, Manishma,
Yeah.
what you hear? Say, what's up? What's the sound? I remember we had to read them.
Yeah, nobody said to step up this thing. You decide to go say Rastafari, you know. So once you say this thing, the whole world watching you for real. You know, and this is why we need this music and these interviews here spread up, you know, all around, especially to the Rastafari community, because we need to strengthen the Rastafari community. And we need these principles, you know, these kingsples, you know what I'm saying? We need these things amongst we need these things amongst the brethren and the sisters in them, you know. You know, we ain't taking nothing against from no other people, you know, but this right here is, you know, is what we need to be listening to, you know. You take time every day and listen to some of this, you know. Take in one, then you know, get an album here or there, you know, and start your day, you know. Listen to some Van Benjamin, and you will realize, you know, how like your soul operate and deal, you know. So you'll see how your soul moving and how your soul operating. Start to listen to this music. People talk about soul music. Well, you listen to Van music, you realize what soul music really is, because that's what he's speaking to. He's speaking to your flesh, speaking to your spirit and your soul.
That's why maybe some don't get it yet. That's why some don't get it yet. You know what I mean? When you start to get it, then the soul start to receive the spirit of truth. Word of truth. True. Yeah, man, what you said right
give thanks once again, you know. Definitely give thanks for this.
Miss Ghana. I like right there when I listen to that, listen to that.
Listening, appreciate it as well. Yes.
True. Yes, I come forward. Yeah, man. I'm just saying I can unpack, you know, even the Torah, the teachings, you know, just based on that right there, you know, like just pause it, you know, and say, well, what he say right there, you see what he say? It's in the word, you know, like when I talk about, you know, the laws and the statutes and the judgments, you know, it speaks about them things, you know, but not in the like religious way, but in the reality way. He kind of bring it out in the reality way. They're really just. What did I say about righteous? What the man say about righteousness? You have to give the people that there. About righteousness.
Right
the
choiceness.
Definition.
You want to be you want to live in righteousness? Right choiceness. In everything you do, make the right choice. Right choiceness. You know. We were given free will, and with free will that means choice. So you have a choice in whatever you do. Righteousness is right choiceness. Because the Messiah said he didn't come here for the righteous. He come for the one who's doing the right thing. If you're doing the right thing, I don't need to tell you nothing. If you're doing carpentry and I come and inspect your carpenter job and you're doing an A-class job, I don't need to tell you a word. But the one who ain't doing the right thing, that's who we need to talk to.
Mhm.
So that's the
Yep,
righteousness
yep,
that we're
yep.
dealing with.
Righteousness, righteousness.
Yeah.
And that the King of Kings says peace is not an is, it's a becoming. It's based on the choices and decisions, you know, that we make. You can have peace this moment because of right choiceness, and then make wrong choice, and a peace are gone. But then when you turn to the right choice again, the peace are come again. Check out this pic right here. This one right here. This for people got to see it on the screen, but just to kind of just explain this picture, just show this picture here. Let's see, what's the picture here? Chan. Let's see, hold on for a moment. Let me see if I can get this. Yeah. I can hear the screen. Just mute it for a moment. Let's see. Yeah, where is it? There we go. Okay, I have it right here. I'm gonna bring it forward. Yeah, here we go. This pic here. Yeah. You see it?
Yeah.
Yeah. I see the eye.
Yeah.
Like on the eyes on the corner.
VI, that's a VI connection. That's VI connection.
VI.
Yeah, VI connection. That's me, Rastimur, the Apostle, Van Benjamin, and TPI Grid.
Yes, I.
Yeah, that's from Miami, the White. Yeah.
True. Virgin.
Yeah, the White Miami one night. Yeah.
Yeah, man. Everybody got the Trinity. Yeah.
Yeah, man. Big up to Apostle wherever you're there. Big up to TPI Grade wherever you're there. Big up to all the members of the Midnight Band from conception, to transition into Akibeka. Enough respect to the item for the work done. So it's a beautiful work the item did, and this work gonna last. So like a big up to the band same way. The band is part of this as well. The players, the singers and the players. Like the singers and the players.
Singers and the players, the instruments.
Yeah,
all my springs.
Always be.
Always be. And, it's interesting because we were just speaking about this. Probably just be a segue right here. Speaking about this, this Torah reading and feeding right here. What is it called? Lέχlך. And just show one's a quick, hold on for a moment. Let me do this here. Keep that be on the screen right here. So this is a quick overview. Just went and searched it. This Torah portion, third. We the Black Jews, the Lion Tribe of Judah. Here we pick up with Genesis 12:1 to 17:27. The story of Abraham's journey. Remember what Kadamar Haile Selassie said on the passing of Etege Mene. He said she was as Sarah, right? As Sarah was to Abraham, so was Etege Mene. Kadamar Bolete Georgis, Her Majesty, to His Imperial Majesty. So I often look upon that because, the seed was the Isaac, right? In Isaac, you know what I mean? So in the reality for I and we, that would be Rastafari, right? So his first encounter with God, the birth of the other son, Ishmael, but then you see where it says the phrase Lέχlך can be translated as go forth. Lek, go, live for ka, for yourself, or go to yourself, or go for yourself. You know what I mean? Some interpretation include the go with yourself. You know what I mean? Go to yourself. So when Rastafari we talk about I and I. Almighty command Abraham to go for the I. Go for the I. Some people go for the next one, but go for the I. Go for yourself. To know the truth for yourself. Go for yourself. See for yourself. And this can remind me of the tune, right? The chant, the song, right? Who shall what? How does that go?
Who will go
Who
for
shall
us?
what? Who will go for us?
Yeah, who will go
Who
for
will
us?
go for us?
Yeah,
Yeah,
that's what you're talking about? Yeah.
yeah. Who will go for us? But it's the whole sense of going for us.
Yeah.
You know, and then Jah said to
But
Abraham,
then he
go
said,
for yourself.
yeah, but then he said, here am I, just send me.
So for the disciples, we're looking at this Torah reading and feeding in the inspiration, like the Rhema, right now word. But in the tune, Von Benjamin, he's going to, I think it's Isaiah the prophet, you know, where he saw the vision and he said, holy, 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 Isla, 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 you know, Kiddush, 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 Kadosh, 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 you know, and then when Isaiah saw the vision of the Almighty, you know, and the royal train and everything, you know, and then there was reason about who they send, you know, who will go. Isaiah, he respond, you know, right there. So that's kind of comparing the Isaiah vision, you know, and then here in Genesis of Abraham, you know, to go for self. But here, like to share this, give thanks, my brother. You know what I mean? I stay on the line. So I have a reason, man. I know we need to have some, or Just Vibes, and you know, we got that Just Vibes in channel. I know we put up some of the Just Vibes and on the Rastafari Jews, but definitely need to get some more work, put in some work in this new semester, you know, on the Just Vibes and, you know, some reasonings over there as well, you know. But right here, yeah, man. I'm gonna let this one come forward. You know what I mean? I'm gonna let it go.
Who will go for us?
Here
am I, just send me. Yes. Beautiful tune.
Yes, Rastafari. Yes, I give thanks, salute on that right there. You know, tribute to the testifier, you know, the witness, you know, tribute to Brother Vaughn Benjamin, you know, Ake Becca, you know, also known as Midnight, you know, the band name Midnight. But right here, Ake Becca, hear this, y'all.
Hophning and Phineas, the two of them like the high priest sons, wreaking havoc in the temple, causing spiritual ruin. The whole congregation, it wanted to be done. The wrath of the Lord slay the two-hand done. When Eli hear it, Eli them father fall down. The shock to his heart, it was not a random. In spirit and in truth, Samuel the surrogate son. One which was obedient to the ancient wisdom. Samuel hear the voice of the Lord. Hear the voice of the Lord when Eli shut down. Bring the oil to David and the anointing cherub. Who will go for us? Here am I, he send me. Who will go for us? Here am I, he send me. Yeah. Still small voice Samuel hear him not sleep. High priest mediating in a wall of deep. Oh, him hunger Agag me a Malachite chief. To obey is better than sacrifice, regret it in a grave. Seeking familiar spirit, prognostication speak. Decibels of resonance, I tell you, don't do it. Conscience internal, pluck your heart string beat. Conscience internal, pluck your heart string beat. Who will go for us? Here am I, he send me. Who will go for us? Here am I, he send me. Who will go for us? Here am I, he send me. Who will go for us? Here am I, he send me. Yeah. Atalaya look for murder Joash her own grandson. Daughter of Jezebel fit on the kingdom queendom. Jehoiah the Zedek hide the royal infant. Same thing happened to Jezebel, oh she daughter go down. All over the rulership of the Hebrew nation. When them go climb, them cut out all the wrong. When them done climb, them cut out all the ladder wrong. Make sure you stay up on the low with wrong. Bring the oil to David, sending a 19 cherub. Send one obedient to the ancient wisdom. Samuel hear of the voice of the Lord, Eli shut down. Bring down the oil to David, send the anointing cherub. Bring down the oil to David, send the anointing cherub. Who will go for us? Jahira, my friend. Who will go for us? Jahira, my friend. Who will go for us? Jahira, my friend. Send me. Who will go for us?
Yes, Ron, Simon, here. Here, this one's for the eye right here. This one right here. You know this one right here. Here, this one right here.
To the bone, to the bone, to the bone. Youth man, know yourself, straight to the bone. Hey, manifest your covenant, let it be known. I man not say, Judah as the lion eye, rule with Jah alone. If them reject Jah, I stamp them, destination unknown. To the bone, to the bone, Rasta to the bone, Rasta to the bone. Hey, it is the honor of the blood of trumpet in a vocal tone. Hey, real life and movie no separate no more. I'm a say, Judah as the lion I will with Jah alone. So if them reject Jah, I stamp them, destination unknown. To the bone, to the bone, to the bone, to the bone. Hey, some are carry my good, some of them are already gone. Hey, some are carry microchip, some of them are already gone. Hey, twice a day, from distance I call Jah, upon my blood shall go, upon my blood shall go, upon my blood shall go. Man, I ask that to the bone, to the bone. Hey, so I compare no, I not go miss. I man not believe them fabricated scientific statistics 666. No. Well, man, I ask to the bone. Man, I ask to the bone. To the bone. Rasta to the bone. Hey, long distance I culture. Upon thy blood telephone, upon thy blood telephone. Hey, it is the arm of the blow the trumpet in the vocal tone. Sing to the bone,
One make a revere his imperial I most honorable I most venerable I the Elijah I most I the I dreadful and terrible to the one Malachi I. One make a revere his imperial I most honorable I most venerable I the Elijah I most I the I dreadful and terrible to the one Malachi. Yeah, to the bone, to the bone, to the bone.
Nothing without you, no, 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 no. Nothing without you, nothing without you, no, 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 no. I'm raising my hand, nodding my head now. Jah is so good to me, and I wave to the right, wave to the left. Jah is so good to me, and I scream out, yeah, scream out, yeah. There is no doubt, yeah. Jah is so good to me. The love in my heart I bubble over. Full up for rest my head up on your shoulder. Oh, day and night you will watch over, and you cover me, cover me. Oh, every time I think about you, oh, and how your loving feels so good. It feels like I can touch the sky. So I hand, nodding my head now. Jah is so good to me, and I wave to the right, wave to the left. Jah is so good to me, and I scream out, yeah, scream out, yeah. There is no doubt, yeah. Jah is so good to me. It no make no sense to try to still on time. No, no, not at all, no. I remember every time you pick me up. Every time that I fall, I want to walk in your way, and I want to talk in your way, and that's why every day to you I pray. I'm raising my hand, nodding my head, Jah is so good to me. Jah is so good to the right, wave to the left. Jah is so good to me, and I scream out, yeah, scream out, yeah. There is no doubt, yeah. Jah is so good to me. Jah is so good to me. It's light day and night every time. He is light every time, day and night. He is light every time, day and night. Day and night. He watches over us, so we cry. Nodding my head, God is so good to me, and I wave to the right, wave to the left. God is so good to me, and I scream out, yeah, scream out, yeah. There is no doubt, yeah. Jah is so good to me.
So here, go for self. Here we have the call of Abram and Sarai. This is for the name change, Abram and Sarai. Once again, give thanks again to Simon Libert, and of course here, Vaughn Benjamin, Midnight, aka Arcade Becca. Definitely the music is a liturgy, sacred service. Right here. Here we have this Torah reading and feeding. All right, the key words right here. Wayomer, Yahweh, Wa and Yomer. And he said, Wayomer, Yahweh, he who be, Il Abram, to Abram, Ab, father, Ram, exalted or lifted up, Abram, right? His name before the name changed to Abraham, but we have Abram, exalted father, high father, El Abram. came to a male, like as a command to a male, lek, 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 go, go, lek, li ka, li for ka, for yourself, li ka, right? Like to the eye. If I say shalom li ka, shalom li ka, shalom to the eye, right? Shalom lakem, shalom to y'all, right? Here we have lek li ka, go for the eye self. May Arsika, may Arsika, Aretz, may Arsika, Arsika, Aretz of Ka, of the eye. Go forth from your land, right? You could translate that as from your earth, but see, that's where some things get a little confused, you know what I mean? When it says like your flow was in the earth, it was in the land. Go forth from your earth. No, we won't translate it like that. For context, we'll say go forth, may adasika, from your land, right? From your land. U amiya moladitika. U and me from molad, molad. Moladet. Moladet is like your kins, your relatives, those who have a relationship to you. Because the root word yalad is like to be it, yalad. Right? In the Amharic we have like welede, he was born, right? Or we have waled from the Gu'ez, waled, the son. Besama, the name of the father, right? Where Walid and the son were Memphis Kadu. So Walid from Weladah, right? To be born in that sense. So in the Hebrew, instead of the Yalad in the Amharic and the Gu'ez, we have the Weled, Yalad, Walad, Yalad. Here. Mia moladiteka. Me moladet, from your moladet of ka. Moladitika, from your relations, from your kins. U me and from u and me from bait. Bait, we have baits like the Beta Israel, Bait Yisrael, Beta Israel, Hebrew, Bait Yisrael. From the Gu'ez, Beta Israel. But the key word, bait, house. Umi bait, and from the house, Avika, Abi, Ab, father, Abika. And from your Ab's, your father's house, Il haaretz, il towards ha, the aretz, towards the land, the earth, the land. See this right here, those watching the screen right there, you see where it says earth, land? So that's like contextually speaking, right? In the more proper sense, usually it's speaking of the land, right? In the context of the scriptures and the scope, right, of the Hebrew scriptures in that particular, epicenter, the East Africa, Arabia, so-called Middle East region, coming out of course, Ethiopia. But Il Haaretz, to the Aretz, the land, Asher, that which, right, Areka, that I will show to the eye male. So here we have the keywords here. Now Yahweh said to Abraham, go. They translated, some from your country, but more directly, right? He said to Abraham, go for yourself from your land and from your relations, from those who are like relatives, related by blood and birth to you. Umi moladiteka, and from the house of your father. Umi beit abika, right? Il haaretz, and to the land, Asher, that which Areka, that I will show to the eye. So here we have the key word. Often it's referred to as a call of Abram. And it's true in the sense that he did say to Abram, but we know that, the male and the female, the man and the female, the woman, his woman is one, right? So here bringing out like the fuller sense, the call of Abram and Sarai. You know what I mean? If you take it literally, he would have went and left her behind, but we know that, in the beginning, they are one flesh. So the call of Abram and Sarai. Right here, this Torah reading and feeding here. Going to pick up on some more of this right here, but we do have a psalm. We have a psalm here, right? Psalm 16, right? Psalm 16 here in the season. Let me grab this right here. Psalm 16 in the season. Let's go to the Sefer Tehillim. I think we're going to get a copy of this, a PDF copy, so we can share this around. Ones and ones can get a hard copy of this as well. Here, this Psalm 16, Mizmor Tet Zain, is themed Happiness through Elohim. Happiness through Elohim. It's a very ideal psalm right here. Psalm 16 is a basic groundation, originally Davidic, right? Some of these like the older psalms. In the earlier part of the book of Psalms, you have the more Davidic psalms. Studying the Hebrew, we can tell by the language used. As Haile Selassie I says, when bringing forth the book of the seven seals, authorized revised Amharic Bible, after it was brought out of the Ge'ez into the Royal Amharic translation, he said that, it was he sought for it to be diligently compared with the Hebrew. He said he says, Ebrayist, right, Meseratawi Kwankwa, the foundational language. So we look into the Hebrew, we could tell that this is like, it's in a particular style of Hebrew, an older form of Hebrew, but there's a teaching, right? It's a teaching that we have in the Psalms. And as we mentioned before, the Psalms, as ones hopefully will find out for themselves, was one of the keys of even the ancient order of disciples, right? From the Davidic time, moving forward, even to the times of the Moshiach, Yeshua, Jesus Christos, the King of Kings Christ. We get to also find it as well. The quotes, the various quotes that we find in the Gospels from the Psalms. Because by studying the Psalms diligently, it connects with the fullness of the scripture and the fullness of the revelation and the fullness of the Torah, to say Yahweh's directions, instructions. But here, let's rise up the chant here, Psalm 16. Psalm 16, the Hebrew
Psalm
intro.
16.
מזמור ט"ז, מכתם, לדוד.
Preserve me, O God, for in thee do I put my trust.
שומרני אל, כי חסיתי בך.
O my soul, thou hast said unto the Lord,
אדוני אתה, טובתי בל עליך.
Thou art my Lord.
אדוני.
My goodness extendeth not to thee, but to the saints that are in the earth, and to the excellent, in whom is all my delight. Their sorrows shall be multiplied that hasten after another God. Their drink offerings of blood will I not offer, nor take up their names into my lips. The Lord is the portion of mine inheritance and of my cup. Thou maintainest my lot. The lines are fallen unto me in pleasant places. Yea, I have a goodly heritage. I will bless the Lord, who hath given me counsel. My reins also instruct me in the night seasons. I have set the Lord always before me. Because he is at my right hand, I shall not be moved. Therefore my heart is glad, and my glory rejoiceth. My flesh also shall rest in hope. For thou wilt not leave my soul in hell, neither wilt thou suffer thine Holy One to see corruption. Thou wilt show me the path of life. In thy presence is fullness of joy. At thy right hand there are pleasures forevermore.
Yes. So here, today's daily psalm, we have Mizmor Tet Zain. Now, if you know the Hebrew, the numerical value, you probably say, well, actually 10, according to the Hebrew numerics, is Yod or Yud, some say. Some might say Yad, but really Yod, right? Yod. And the 6 is the Hebrew Wow or Vav, Wow, the W, or in modern days, it has a V glide, the YV, or more correctly, the YW. And one will say, well, how come we don't just say Mizmor, Yod, Wow? Now, I wish I had the Hebrew letters up here to really show the I here. Oh, I do have that. I can show the I. Let me show the I right here. Show the I over here on the screen. Okay, let's bring open the screen right here. And let's compare right here. So you see right, okay, no, they don't have it there for the, not in this form right here. It just has the Aleph over at the side next to Aleppo. You see Aleppo over here. It just has the Aleph over here, right? But in the manuscripts, right, the Psalms often have the Hebrew, right, the Hebrew letters, because the letters also do kind of like double duty as numbers, right? But here it has Tate. Tate is actually the ninth letter, Tate, is the ninth letter of the Hebrew alphabet. Tate, Tet. And Zain is actually the seventh letter of the Hebrew alphabet. So it would not really be like 9-7. Why is it 9-7? Because if we put the Hebrew letters together, right, in Hebrew be the Yod, the Y, right, the Yod, the Y, and the W, right, either pronounced as you or as Yo. Yo is actually a form of the Yahweh name. Yo, right? And therefore it's close to, right? As in some names like Yod Tzedek, Yahod Tzedek. I know some will say Yahusadek, but that may be Babylonian, but not Hebrew right there. But Yod Tzedek, right? Yod Tzedek. That is to say, Jah's righteousness. So basically, for some of the numbers, right? When we get to Psalm 14, it's Yod Dalet, Yod 10, Dalet 4, right? Yad, Yod, right? Then we get to 15. 15 is actually Yod Hey, Yod Hey. Now Yod Hey, the Hebrew letters together would point to Yah. Therefore, Psalm 15 is actually Tate Wow, Tate Vav, Tate Wow. The Tate ninth letter and the sixth letter, right? The ninth letter and the sixth letter to avoid taking the name in vain, right? So this also shows us from ancient times that we have Yah, right? Also in another contraction of Yahweh, right? Of Yahweh, we have Yo, Eo. That's why some would tell you in the Greek, they had a name called Yao, or Io, I-A-O, which is also in the Greek, transliteration, it points to the Hebrew Yahweh. Now to get into, the name is actually a verb. Yahweh is a personal name, the Jehovah, YHWH name is a verb, right? It's living, it's living. We say, well, who, Haya. Of course, some will say Yahweh, right? Well, who, Haya, he who was. Well, who, Hoeh, as we say Yahweh, he who be. Hoeh is like present, being, right? Well, Haya is was. Hoeh is be. Yihye, as if in Yahweh, Yihye is to become. Just breaking down the basics of the Hebrew verbs right there. So this is one of the reasons why, because some might ask, well, it's not consistent, say, with the numbering in Psalm 15, because there it would have to be Yod Hey, and Yod Hey would be like Yah, right? And therefore, for the numbering, that would be inappropriate. So there's another order of numbering. Therefore, 15th Psalm 8, wow. And here the 16th Psalm, which would be Yod, wow, if literally. But then, of course, the word of the command not to take the name of Yahweh Eloheinu in vain, it is preferred, and instead, 8 Zain, so that we will not have to say Yo. In other words, Yo is a form of the name Yahweh in action, in manifestation. Remember, he who was, he who is to become, right? Or he who is to be. When he said Ehya, Asha, Ehya, I know some say Ahya, Asha, Ahya. I get that there, but that's not really Hebrew. right, on the level of the verb actions of the Hebrew. Because some, when they say there's only three vowels, that's incorrect. There's 7 primary vowels to ancient biblical Hebrew, as with other sister, brother related Afro-Semitic languages. So that's one of the reasons they're just touching on that right there. It's Mizmor Tate Zain instead of saying Mizmor Yod Wow, Yahweh, because Yahweh or Yao are contracted more to Yo, right? As we have in names like Yod Tzedek, Yahod Tzedek, and certain names. Even at the end of the name when fully voiced, like Yeremeyahu. Yes, each letter being said individually, but saying it as a name, right? As it be, you say Yeremeyah, Yeremeyah. Saying it slow, letter by letter, Yeremeyahu. But in speaking at a normal, like we speak, Yeremeyah, Nehemiah, Eliah, right? Eliah, right? Yow. Interesting how we do that there. It's interesting, even though we lost our language, something in our soul, Yes, so here we have happiness through Elohim, happiness through Yahweh Eloheinu, happiness through El, right? El is the key name in the first verse where it reads a miktam. Now, what is a miktam? Briefly, miktam. Let's get into today's daily psalm right here, miktam. I think it's about 11 or so verses. Let's get through these 11 verses. And also, let's see within the notes how they connect with other areas of scripture. So even when it says in Psalm 47:7, to give praise with understanding, Rastaman chant and say, give praise with overstanding, right? Overstanding. That verse in Psalm 47, let's just bring this up right here. Psalm 47 and 7, I think in the KJV version. Take note, disciples, fellow disciples, 47 and 7. Where it says, for God is the King of all the earth, sing your praises, right, in a skillful song. Give praises with understanding. I think in the KJV, I'm reading here the Hebrew. Now, that word right there where it says zamru, zamar, to chant. This is where we get the root of mizmor, a chant. Zamar, he chanted. Mizmor is what is chanted, a chant. That's the word for song, mizmor. Here it says zamru masakil. KJV says to give praise of understanding. Let me do this right here so you can see this on the screen. Let's go to Psalm 47 and 7. Just here with this today's daily psalm. Here's the verse right here in the classic KJV. For God is the King of all the earth. Sing your praises or Isis with understanding or overstanding. Sinai, sing your Isis with overstanding. Let's check out the note right there. Everyone that has, right? Everyone that has, I'm not too sure what they are pointing to there. With everyone that, to sing praises with everyone that has understanding. Let's look at the Hebrew. It says, ki melech, ki for melech, reading the Hebrew up there. Ki melech, call haaretz. Ki for melech, king, call all haaretz, of the earth, of the land, for king of all the land, Elohim. Ki melech, call haaretz, Elohim. For Elohim is king of all the land, for Elohim is king of all the earth. Ki melech kol haaretz Elohim. Zamru masikir. So the second part of the verse, right? Let's see if we can bring this out. We're highlighting the words for the second part of the verse right there. So the part that is in KJV, sing your praises with understanding, is zamru, chant eyes is zamru, maskil. Zamar, right, to sing, to make music, but it's shared in Ethiopic. We say Zemer, Zemere, Zemere, Ethiopically, ancient Hebrew, Zamar, Zamar, Zemer, Zemer, like tomato, tomato, Zamar, Zemer, dialects and accent. But the key fundamental principle of the word is to chant Isis, right? It says, sing your praises, chant your Isis with understanding. See the word understanding? Let's break this down like this. Zamar, brought down Zamar right there, and then understanding. Sakal, 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 sakal means to be prudent, to be circumspect, to wisely understand, understand, and if you do so, the consequence of that is to prosper. So the idea to prosper is based on being prudent, being circumspect. In other words, in other forms of the root verb, to look upon or look at or have insight, right? To have insight, to consider, to give attention to have insight, have comprehension, insight, being circumspect. Remember when Dawid, also it can mean in another sense of the word to lay crosswise and to cross the hands, right? Make the sign of the cross. It should be circumspect, right? To be causatively, to make act circumspect, hence intelligent. It's interesting because Dawid was in the you said the palace and the government of Shaul, and Shaul started to have mixed up moods and attitudes. That anointed, that christened one, that type of Christ, started to have attitudes with Dawid. We get a classic kind of antichrist versus Christ type in the enmity of King Saul against David. But what does it say of David? It says that David was circumspect, right? He uses this word right here, sakal. Now, sakal is the root of maskil, maskil. So I'm pointing to this right here because it's important to make this connection of, maskil being circumspect. This psalm teaches circumspection, right? Circumspection, intelligence. So here, once again, let's pick up with this right here. Let's go to today's daily psalm, Psalm 16, H. Zane, right? Psalm 16, and the first verse right here. Right here, we have the first verse right here, the Ale first, KJV wise. Themed happiness through God, happiness through Elohim, through Yahweh, happiness. Now, in the Hebrew sense, happiness is not really a feeling so much. It's more like a state of mind. You know what I mean? It's like a state of mind. I think the close word is when Paul says, like, in whatever state that I am, I will be like content. Like, but it's a happiness, right? It's the sense of the Beatitudes of Yeshua, the Beatitudes. We have a word for this in the Hebrews, Ashrei, Asher, Ashrei, right? Happy. For example, sometimes it's translated as blessed, but here we say this. One might be blessed. The root idea of the Hebrew blessed, to prosper, to empower, to prosper, to be prospered, but its root active sense in the Hebrew two truths is to increase. So if we say, Yah, bless the works of my hand, and if he does bless the work of your hands, hopefully you have good work of your hands. Check. So ones can be blessed, because euphemistically blessed can be cursed. Right? When Job's wife said, curse God and die. No, in Hebrew she said, bless God. Right? Increase, the sense of increase. One may be blessed, but is one happy. Right? Just to point to the key theme of today's daily psalm, happiness through El Almighty, through Elohim. Apart from the prayer in the opening words, apart from the prayer that we have in the opening words of today's daily psalm, the psalm is a hymn of joy. Ineffable, almost like unspeakable, right? Happiness. Have you been so happy, in the true sense of happy, that it's hard to put into words, right? Ineffable, almost like unspeakable, but still you speak, right? Or maybe chant a chant, sing a song. Ineffable happiness has been his lot because of his complete submission to El Elohim, to Yah, to Yahweh Eloheinu. It is pure speculation, some say, to assign this composition to any particular period of Dawid's life. Some Psalms we can narrow it down because even the Psalm gives us key superscription and title information that points to a particular event that occurred that was the inspiration for the Psalm. But for today's daily Psalm, we don't find it to be quite as easy to say it was at this time or at that time. But because the content of it, it seems to be that Davidic state of mind. So it says Dawid was a man after Yahweh's own heart, after his mind. Here we have this theme here of ineffable, unspeakable happiness being one's lot, being one's portion, because of one's complete submission to Elohim, to Yahweh Eloheinu, to the way, the truth, and the life of the King of Kings Christ. So we can't assign this to any particular period, but we say that this is like a principle or a kingsible, right? And here we have some keys. So here we have Miktam. Now, when off on the maskil right there, I guess it was the M's, but hopefully one's pick up on that reasoning and we can build on it. But the key word here is the Miktam. Miktam. There's a whole midrash on this miktam that's very interesting. To sum it up, some say that this word miktam comes from two Hebrew words, mak and tam, or some say ketem, mi ketem. Ketem is like fine gold, right? Ketem, right? Mak and tam, like humbleness, a sense of humbleness or perfection, meekness, right? But also a golden composition. But here they bring this out as a technical term, right? And then they say the meaning is uncertain, right? Well, here, let me see if I can bring this out right here for y'all. Because we have an audible, but we're doing this right here live. Give me one moment right here. Okay, here we go. I'm going to the Midrash here on the Midrash, a.k.a. here on the Midnight Mondays, right? Yeah, tribute to the martyrs. Here, Psalm 16, right? The word in Hebrew, some break down the word miktam from two Hebrew words, mak, meaning meek, and tam, meaning undefiled, or tam in the sense of tamim, to say perfect. I'm going to spoke about Noach, he was perfect. Tamim in his generations, he was undefiled in his generation. When it says that Yaakov was a plain man, Tam, right? He was undefiled, dwelling in tents, right? So that word undefiled also is brought out as perfect. And it's usually used of the offerings, like the offerings being undefiled, or certain persons being undefiled, or Hebraically sense being perfect, right? So Tam, undefiled, and Mak Tam. While there are others who derive the root of miktam, here as we have it as the first word of today's daily psalm, from the Hebrew ketem. Ketem means fine gold. Mi ketem, right? Mi ketem, what fine gold, or fine gold, right? From fine gold, ketem, fine gold. And here, many, therefore, from a Hebrew perspective, interpret the miktam of David to be a golden psalm, a golden composition of Dawid. So we scroll further down here, right? They say engraving, a poem, but some of so we have katam, deeply stained, carved, engraved, a mark, right? Could it be that this psalm is a golden composition, right? Because of its value, right? In the Hebrew commodities, different metals, right? Even certain fabrics, we learned that from the tabernacle description, have their types. So there's the commodities, Hebrew commodities. Gold is interpreted within the sanctuary sense of divinity and manifestation. Gold. Why gold is a noble metal, a gold, the principle of gold. Why was gold used in certain aspects of the tabernacle? What was Yahweh's object lesson, for our object subjection, right? The object lesson, right? Then there's also the subjective blessing, that we learn from the objective lesson. Why is certain items gold? Well, when we look at the metals and how they're used, we have gold, right, with the Ark of the Covenant, right, being symbolic in the golden altar of Ancients, with divinity, right, divinity, that noble element in manifestation, in man, in manifestation. So therefore, we go with the miktam, from the ketem. Maktam also applies meek and undefiled, but miktam from the ketem of fine gold or a golden composition. So therefore, generally, some would say that the term is unknown, but these two points of view that we share here do have backative when we understand the Hebrew, either breaking down the word miktam to being mak, meek, and tam, undefiled or perfect, or from ketem meaning fine gold, and therefore this is often defined as a golden composition, right? Either some say this is the style of the poem, being a golden composition, or others say in the ancient liturgy it was a musical title. There are 5 more psalms that have this miktam, namely Psalm 56 to Psalm 60. How interesting. Psalm 56 to Psalm 60. So we have today's daily Psalm, Psalm 16, right? And 5 more Psalms. Psalms 56 to Psalm 60 have the same heading. However, some say there's no feature that's particular or peculiar to the group can be overtly discerned. For that reason, some say the second alternative seems more probable, that this was a musical title, right? A musical title. So we like to hold to that, yes, a musical title for a golden composition. Just a little overview right here. We could go into a little bit more right here. Let's bring this up right here, right? Secondary theme, refuge in Elohim, the highest good. Good, God. You see a connection, right? Good, take off a O. One cipher, God. Refuge in God, the highest good. In the presence of distress and death. All right, here this breaks down this psalm as well, Lid Dawid. We're just scrolling it down to see if it has any miktam. Now over here, they bring it out down there from the Arabic maktum, hidden secret, right? Hidden secret. They're bringing it out there as well. But we can get into that a little bit more, just a kind of a little build on the superscription, because that matters right there, right? It's the opening words of today's daily psalm. So here, breaking down today's daily psalm, verses 1 to 2, his acknowledgement of El, of the Almighty, of El, of Elohim, his acknowledgement of God, right? In verses 3 to 4, he associates only with the goodly, with the godly. He and I and we to only associate. So when we say chaberim, that there is like associates, chaber, right? Being chaber, right? In other words, with those who are united with the good, right? Therefore, we are united with them. He only associates with the godly or the goodly, verses 3 to 4, verses 5 to 6. Elohim, Yahweh Eloheinu, is his portion, Remember what it said about the Levites? The Levites didn't have no inheritance because Yahweh was to be their portion, right? And then we have verses 9 to 11. 9 to 11 speaks on his happiness. And 9 to 11 like the capstone verses. But here, let's get a good groundation right here. Today's daily psalm, according to Royal Order of Ethiopian Hebrews, Psalm 16. Here, let's pick up with this right here, verses 1 to 2. Hebrew first up. Miktam Lidawid. Shamreini El. Ki Hasiti Vach. Ki Hasiti Bach. Miktam, a miktam of David. Miktam Lid Dawid, golden composition, right, of Dawid. Preserve me, preserve I. Shamrei ni. Shamer ani. Ani is I. Shamrei ni, preserve I. Keep I. Shamer I. Keep I. Guard I. Observe I. Here, bringing it down to the root, to hedge about I. Guard I. Protect I. Attend to I. Shamrei ni El. So here, the name right here, rather the attributional title is not Elohim, but getting to the root. The root of Elohim is El. El is related to Chayil in the Ethiopic, and to Ayelet, which means like to overpower, to be mighty. Right? So El, Hebraically, right, Judaically, is referred to the Almighty, right? The Almighty power, right? The Almighty power, to say the power of powers. So here he says, Shamreini El, keep I, Almighty, keep for Chasiti, I have put my trust, Chasiti, I have Chasa. Chasa is the verb. Chasiti is what I have done. Chasa means he sought refuge. He fled for protection. That is to say, he put trust in God. Chasa. For me to say Chasiti, I have put trust. I have fled for protection, or confided, to hope in the figurative sense. Literally, it's to flee for protection. And the second of the two Hebrew truths, this is to say confide, right? Ki chasiti bak. I have confided in thee I. Keep me, O El. This is a general prayer from a trusting soul. These words here. Shamreini El. Keep I, O Almighty I. Shamreini El. Right? A general prayer from a trusting soul. This is not so much a cry for help in a situation of danger, though it might sound like it, but in the context of the psalm, this is more a general tefillah. Hebraically, these two words, Shamreini El. And now to explain why keep I? Ki, because Chasiti, I have fled to the eye for protection. I trust, I confide in the eye. Ki Chasiti Bak. Here. First verse today's daily psalm, here to the bait verse, the second verse. Right? Here in this section, verses 1 to 2, his and I acknowledgement of El, of the Almighty, of Ha'el, Hayel, of the Almighty. Thou hast said to Yahweh, thou, my Adoni, my goodness, not to thee. Now, if one's look at the KJV, ones will see that we did not read the italicized words. They're a good crutch, but it would have been better if they put them in parentheses or something like that, because they're not really there. But it's good that they put it in italicization. Here, the Hebrew, Amarit la Yahweh Adonai ata tovati bal aleika. Amarit. Now, the reason why they put here, oh my soul, but it's italicized, the word nefesh, did you hear me say nefesh anywhere in that verse? I'll read again. Amarit la Yahweh Adonai ata tobati bal aleika. Did you hear nefesh, nefsh, nafshi, nafsh, nefesh? No, it's not there, but because here we have amarit. Amarit is like, if I say amarta, and I'm speaking to someone, I say amarta in Hebrew. If I say amarta, you know I must be speaking to a male. If I say amarit, I must be speaking to a female. Check? So it's because the Hebrew, the KJV translator, in a sense, takes some license in that, in other words, and brings out, oh my soul. because in the Hebrew context, when it says amarit, you have said la Yahuwah. Who is being spoken to there? Well, from the Hebrew, we know amarit. This is this part right here, amarit. The Koine Greek changes it up, but the Hebrew is clear right here. It's this part, amarit, 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 instead of amarti. Some adopt a different pointing and say amarti. Amarti would be I have said, right? But here it says in the Masoretic amarit. So there's a different pointing of the Hebrew. Amarti, I have said. Amarta, you male have said. Amarit, amarit, amarit. Speaking to you female, right? Now in the ancient versions, Masoretic, this is the rendering. Thou, speaking to a female or feminine, has said. So therefore the implication of thou, who the thou is based on the Hebrew, the Masoretic and the ancient versions, is saying you, she, speaking to she, right? You, female, have said. Here he is speaking and we're speaking to our soul. Thou, female, has said, right? And if it's adopted here, we adopt this from the ancient versions, we must understand the speaker and I at this point as addressing his soul and addressing the soul. The soul is also feminine. Whether it's in the male or the female, the soul is of a feminine energetic level. So here in the words amarit, you have said, speaking to she, i.e. the soul. Amarit la Yahweh, to he who be. You have said to he who be, Adonai, Adonai, my Lord, my sovereign. Say like Lord of his mercy, Adonai, Adonai, Lord, sovereign, displaying reverence and submission. Notice what it says in the Brit Chadasha. It says that Sarah, right, she was obedient, right? It says that Sarah was obedient to Abraham and called him what? And called him Adoni, right? Called him Adoni. And therefore we call Yahweh Adonai, right? In that same sense of that reverence, obedience, right? So my soul, like if my wife says to me, as Sarah said to Abraham, I'm her Lord according to the covenant. Therefore, my soul should say to Yahweh, to he who be, Adonai. You know what I'm saying? Man being created in the image after likeness, keeping everything in order. So here also speaking of and concerning the soul, right? Adonai, Ata, Ata. Ata is the pronoun for you, male. Ata, Ata. Adonai, Ata. Obati, Obati, my goodness, Baal cannot possibly allay, go to Ka, go to the eye. Obati, Baal, allay Ka. My goodness cannot possibly reach the eye. So we say Baal, allay Ka. Baal, allay Ka, right? Baal, not Baal, but Baal as a part of speech. Baal, absolutely not, cannot possibly, whatever the verb comes after. Baal aleka, cannot possibly reach, right, to the eye or upon the eye. Aleka does not reach, does not extend to the eye. So here we have that Elohim, Yahweh El, the Almighty, is the source from who comes all that he and that I needs and would seek or desire. But it's an interesting teaching here that my goodness, right, does not reach lay all upon, like over upon ka, over upon the eye. You know what I mean? So a sense of you are good, ki to, for good. He is good. You know, but my goodness, Tobati, Toba, here we got Tobati. My goodness does not exceed your goodness. It's an interesting concept here, speaking here in this psalm. Adonai is a noun, and it's not the divine name. So Adonai is not the divine name, but it's like a deflection. It's almost like in court if you say Your Honor, or like you say like Lord of His mercy. Like when we say Lord of His mercy, 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 like Lord, you know, like not calling on His name. You see what I'm saying? But calling on Him as Master, as Sovereign, the one to whom I must submit. But notice here, it's not so much Dawid and I saying this, but it's actually what our soul, our nefesh is saying. So even a deeper level of spirituality. I mean, we can say these words, but if these words actually become flesh, become manifest, we have to understand that it's the soul, right? It's I, but I from the soul is she saying to he, right? That my goodness extendeth not to the eye. So the soul, she is humbling herself, you know what I mean, to he who he be. It's an interesting teaching, but we're going to move on right here. But there's a little more to this, but hopefully we've, you know, at least excited one's curiosity, right? To kind of, you know, if one doesn't agree, you know, well, prove it. The soul is she. The soul without instruction is headed for self-destruction. So it means that we must instruct our soul. You know, it says, I have said to my soul. All right, what does this mean? You know what I mean? What does this mean, Chabarim? If we walk it out, I've said to my soul. All right? See, in a sense, we have lost our soul on a certain level because we say these words soul, but we have not identified. Have we identified the soul in I? Here the psalmist has. This is the higher level of the Hebrew spirituality right here. So here, at this particular verse, right, is now moving to the next section. So the first two verses, his acknowledgement, our acknowledgement of the Almighty. The first begins with acknowledgement of the Almighty, like the first command, right? The first command. I am the Lord thy God. That's the first word of the command. You have to acknowledge, right? You have to acknowledge, right, the almighty power. Not outside of you, but, you know, he be who he be in we. Here, this picks up to the next section, verses 3 to 4, association, associate, right? Only with the goodly, right? Can you be unequally yoked? But let's go on right here. Here we have Likdoshim Asher Ba'aretz Heima, where Adirei Kol Lachefsi Bam, to the saints. So so remember, this is continuing from the previous verse. He says, he says, Obati Bala Leka. What does the soul say? To he who be. What does my soul say? To he who be. Amarit la Yahuwah Adonai Ata Obati Bal Aleka. Then picking up here, Likdoshim Asher Ba'areta Hema. So my goodness, Obati Bala Leka, cannot possibly reach to or above the eye, right? Likdoshim, but to who can this goodness, right? Do good. To the Kiddoshim, right? To the Likdoshim, to the Kiddoshim, to those who are Kadosh. Kadosh is individual, Kiddoshim is collective. Kadosh. He who he be is holy. He says, be your Kedoshim because I am Kadosh. As he says, be your holy because I am holy. The Hebrew, be your Kedoshim because I am Kadosh. So here, the soul here, and I soul says that our goodness to Adonai does not extend to him, extend above, beyond him. But where does it reach to? Likadoshim, to the set apart ones. See that? Kadosh, Kadash, to set apart. Likadoshim, to the set apart ones. Asher, those who Ba'aretz. Likadoshim, Asher, Ba'aretz, those who are in the land, those who are in the earth. Hema, they themselves, to they themselves. Hema means they themselves, right? Hema, an emphatic way of saying they. So to the holy ones who are in the land, Hema, they themselves. The holy ones who are in the land, them. to them themselves, they themselves. Hema. We're Adire, right? Adire, the idea, the majestic, right? Majestic, this can be used of waters, of a tree, of kings, of gods, of nations, of servants, in that sense, right? The majestic ones are here brought out in the translation as the excellent. With Adire, the excellent ones of, right? Call all Chefsi Bam. The excellent ones, all Chefsi, Chefes, Chefetz, right? Chefetz means delight, pleasure, right? Good pleasure, right? We serve at His Majesty's good pleasure, right? The sense of the translation, right? That they are the excellent, right? They are the excellent, right? The excellent ones in whom is all my delight. Call Chefsi, my delight, Bam, in them. Call Chefsi Bam. Adire call Chefsi Bam. To the excellent ones in whom all my delight. So here, we have the saints, Kedoshim, the saints, or the set apart ones, who have obeyed the exhortation in Leviticus. Leviticus chapter 19, verse 2 says, y'all shall be Kedoshim, for Ani, he who be, your Elohim am Kadosh. Y'all, we are to be Kedoshim, set apart ones, because he who be is Kadosh, is the set apart one. Leviticus 19 and 2. The excellent ones. Now, a better translation of the Adire from this word here, Adir, is like the noble ones, right? The great ones, the majestic ones, or the noble ones. They are truly distinguished who are set apart. So those who truly are set apart, right? Set apart in the KJV, they'll say holy, but to get the practical operative sense of the Hebrew, set apart. As we say in the Baraka, he who be, who has made us holy by way of his commandments. So we do that which he commands, right? We are set apart because look around, other people don't do what he commands. This is the principle here. So we are set apart, and therefore those who are set apart are truly the ones who are distinguished or noble or excellent. Not the men and the people who are honored because they got wealth or they got money or they got fame from vain men and people, right? Or some rank, right? No, it's in association with those who are truly set apart in his and I eyes, who truly are, the mighty, the lordly, the noble, right? The excellent ones. And it's with them, where Adire call Chefsi Bam, in them, right? In them, that he and I associates, I Chabarim, associates, and it's in them that he and I, Ani Va'ani, takes delight, right? Takes delight. Here, bringing it to the next verse, from these two verses here, is the association. People say, I could tell tell me who your friends are, who you associate with, and I could tell what sort of person you are. On that level, the principle applies here as well. Here, the Dalet, fourth verse. Their sorrows shall be multiplied, hasten another. Their drink offerings of blood will I not offer, nor take up their names into my lips. Hasten. See that word hasten, the Hebrew sense brings out, gives gifts. They gives gifts to another. Now you see the word God is italicized there. Why is that? Well, let's go here and let's bring out the verse in the Ivrit, the Hebrew. Yerbu atzibotam achara mahrua balasika nisakehema midam u bal esa eta shimotam all sifatai, all upon sifatai, upon my lips, that I will not. Right? It says, Baal Esa Eta Shemotam. I will not lift up Shemot. Shemot means name. Shemotam, their names, right? All upon Sifatai, upon my lips. What do we have right here? First of all, their sorrows. Now, the Hebrew sense of this is a little more from the Atzabet. Atzabet, Atzabotam. Atzabet, Atzabotam. This is an interesting word. It'll take a little bit to unpack, but it kind of goes to what we have in Genesis. You remember the consequences upon the man and the woman? It's in the consequences upon the woman. And it kind of also connects with the ancient kind of mother and child goddess thing. It does connect with that. We're talking about the sorrows of the woman when we get into the root words. This word comes from atzah. Atzah means hurt, grief, pain, displeased. So it's about Hawa, her sorrows. In the secondary sense of the word, it means to shape, fashion, make, and can have a sense of worship, right? But since it was the worship of the Elohim Acharim, the other gods, this is brought out as idol. So here in the KJV, it says, their sorrow shall be multiplied, right? That hasten after another, right? Implying after another Elohim, Elohim Acharim, or the Elohim of other people. Their drink offerings of blood will I not offer, nor take up their names into my lips. Doesn't mean that we never, speak the names of these other ones, like to say, fire burn them. But in worship, we don't lift up their name. Their name doesn't come into the, no. Not like these others that go after these other, so-called gods, or Elohim Acharim, the gods of other people. So this verse, twofold sense, KJV gives you one side of it. The Hebrew side of it is, let the idols of them be multiplied. Yerubu atzbotam, atzbot. Sorrows, atzbot. Idols. Yerubu atzbotam. Achir, mahru. Achir, another achir, right? In the Hebrew scriptures, it doesn't say really false gods or whatnot like we say, or pagans. Don't use those terms. We need to get to the basics, the root again, the first principles. It uses the term of acharim, Elohim acharim. Elohim, gods, acharim, of others, or other people's Elohim. And achir means another, following, different, but then generally it means hinder. As the gods that came after. When Yahweh says that before me, there was no Elohim, neither after me is there no Elohim form. In other words, he's basically saying that he is a true Elohim, right? But what happened in the fall, people made up their own Elohim. But then when it says for us not to go after other gods or have no other gods before him, they are all behind us. That's what it says, hinder. That's what Yeshua said, get behind me, Satan. Yes, they exist. And yes, they are true for others. But for others, they get behind us. They get behind us. We don't put them before he who be who he be. Check. So this is the sense of it right here. They're idols, right? Atzabotam. According to this translation, the sense is that he and I worships the only true, the true Elohim, the true good, the true God, and will have nothing to do with the idolaters who multiply their gods, the Elohim Acharim, the other Elohim, and they make suit to. You see where it says over here, it says that make suit to another. Now, in the KJV, it says they hasten, right? They hasten. They make suit. They hurry. They hasten, right? They make suit to, right? They make suit to another, right? They give a dowry to, right? They give a dowry. They offer gifts and offerings like a bribe to one god after another, right? But the sense of the idols here, right, in the RV version, where it says their sorrow shall be multiplied, that exchange. So another reading of the Achir, right, another is a sense of that they exchange. They exchange, following one for the other, put one in the place of another, right? They exchange, right? They exchange Yahweh for another. right? They will experience disappointment, whereas I have only good from Yahweh Eloheinu, the true good, the true God. But then it goes on to say they drink offerings of blood to describe what sort of worship it is, right? He said, they drink offerings of blood will I not offer. Baal Asik, right? Baal Asik, Nasak. You see the word Nasak? Nasak is to pour out a libation, right? A libation. You see it right here? Pour out, right? The sense of pour out. It can mean to anoint. For other kings, we have a different word, Mashaha. But here, libations, like the pouring out of libations, right? The analogy is like anointing a king in a sense, like other gods, right? Drink offerings of blood, right? Drink offerings of blood. Baal asika nisakehem mi dam, from blood. So what he's saying is, I will absolutely not pour out, right, as they pour out, right, from blood. Like their drink offerings of blood, I will not pour out. In other words, either to be understood literally of blood libations offered to idols, or better in a metaphorical sense of drink offerings that are unacceptable to Elohim because they are brought by men whose hands are bloodstained. So the twofold sense of this. One is others pour out blood libations offered to idols, right? And in another sense of this is that drink offerings, right, are unacceptable to Yahweh Eloheinu, right, if they are brought by men whose hands are blood-stained. That's why they say clean hands and purified heart. You know, clean your hands, purify your heart. Here we have this in Yeshaya, Isaiah chapter 1, verse 15, and Isaiah chapter 59, verse 3. 59, verse 3. Last part of this verse here says, nor take up their names into my lips. Ubal Esa, and I will absolutely not lift up. Ubal Esa eta shemotam, their shemot, their names, al sifatai, upon my sefet, my lips, right? Sifatai, upon my lips. Now, the heathen, the other nations, the pseudo-pagan deities that have been preferred by many others and even the Israelites from time to time, right, to the true Yahweh, he who be, Eloheinu, the true good, the true God. Even to mention their names would soil his lips, right, would soil his lips. But directly what he's saying in worship, right? I don't worship, and even make mention of them, right? Firebun them, right? But these others are offering offerings like the heathen and other nations, even some who are Israelites are offering them to these other peoples, the gods of other nations, the Elohim Acharim, the other gods or other peoples, Elohim, OPP, Elohim. Here. This now concludes this second section, and it brings us to verses 5 to 6. 5 to 6 right here, verses 5 to 6, right? Verses 5 to 6. This is where he says, and I say that Elohim is our portion. Now, this is an interesting sense here because Elohim being I portion, it reminds me about how the tribe of Levi, right, was that portion. Then we come to the Brit Chadasha, and we get to find that our Lord, Ha'adon, right, Adonai, came from where? From who? From the tribe of Yehuda, that Moshe did not even make any mention of in attendance at the altar, right? So the sense of Yahweh being my portion is interesting in the mouth of Dawid, right? Because though he was not a priest or Levite, he did serve in a very tabernacle and priestly function, right? And here he says this. He says that Yahweh is the portion of mine inheritance, This is basically the claim of the Levites, if you think about it. But for anyone who want to be spiritually right, it should be their claim as well. Yahweh is the portion of mine inheritance and of my cup and of my chalice. Yes, the chalice is the cup and of my chalice, or you can say, of my cup. But the real sense of this is of my chalice. Thou maintainest my lot, right? My lot, right? Of my part here. Yahuwah, Menat, Chelki, Wikosi, Ata, Tomek, right? Tomika Gorali, Tomik Gorali, Tomika Gorali. Here. Let's bring this up here. Tomika Gorali. So what is he saying right here? First part, we have two main parts. Yahweh is the portion. Yahweh, Menat, right? Menat. What is Menat? Menat from mana, right? Part, portion. The mana, something weighed out, something divided like a ration, a lot. Menat chelki. The chelki, right? From chelek is a portion, right? Is a part of my portion, chelki, the part of my portion. But this is to say the inheritance, that which was divvied out by Lot, right? When the land of Yisrael was allotted in that land grant after the Exodus, when the land grant of Yisrael was allotted to the tribes, none was assigned to Halloween, to the Levites, because Elohim had said, right, in Numbers chapter 18, verse 20, I am thy portion and thine inheritance among the Bnei Yisrael, among the sons of Israel. In like manner, the psalmist and I, Ani wa Ani, urges that his and I inheritance is Yahweh, he who be Eloheinu, and that he and I does not long for a share, right, of the worldly goods with the ratchet and wicked, but our portion, right? He says, my portion, right? And then he speaks of the cup, right? The cup. With kosi ata, with and kosi, the kos. Kos is cup. Kos, right there. Kos is the cup, right? The cup, the chalice. He says, with kosi ata, the I male, right? Tomik gorali, thou maintainest tamak, you hold firm, right? You grasp, you lay hold, you support, right? The sense of you keep fast, you hold close, you hold firm, right? Tomik gorali. What is goral? Gorali, my goral. What is goral? My lot. Lot in the sense of the pebbles, right? That was used for systematically making decisions, right? Almost like we say roll the dice, so to speak, right? The portion, right? Can also be, in a sense, goral can be the recompense or the retribution. But literally, it's like a lot, a portion, a thing that's assigned by casting lots, or today we'll say like by roughly rolling the dice. But it wasn't for the reason that people do today, but overstand just the principle, right? Properly a stone, right? A lot. Small stones being used for that purpose, right? For that purpose. So the fuller verse here, Yahweh Menata Chelki. You are the part, Menat of Chelki, right? Of my portion, my inheritance with Kosi, and my chalice, Ata, the I male, and none other. Tomik, you hold fast, you maintain, you support, right? Gorali, you support my lot, right? Kos, cup, chalice. His thirst is of the spirit, ruach, that finds its satisfaction in Yahweh Eloheinu. We have this in another Psalm, Psalm 42, round about verse 1, verse 2. Thou maintainest my lot, Ata Tomika Gorali. Now, Tomik is identical with Tomek in Hebrew, the participle of the verb. Hence, thou art the holder of my lot. Gorali, my small stones, almost like the dice used for making decisions, right? The land was apportioned by casting of lots, according to Numbers chapter 26, verse 55. The result being determined by Yahweh Eloheinu. Similarly, the psalmist in I is contented with the da'at, the knowledge, the gnosis, the knowledge that he, right, even he who be, holds his and I destiny in his hand, right? He has the whole world, right, in his hands. So right here, to the wild, the Vav verse right here, speaking on this inheritance, the lines are fallen to me, to I, in pleasant, in places italicized, so in pleasant, that which is pleasant. Yea, I have a goodly heritage. Chabalim nafluli, chabalim, the lines, chabal, chabal, a rope, a cord, right? The lines. Chabalim naflu, they fall they fall for me. Ba ne'emim, ne'emim, from na'im, from the pleasant, na'im, pleasantness, af, for sure, yea, af, nachalat, a heritage, nachala, possession, portion, a heritage, nachalat, safra alai, safar is pleasing, safar is beautiful, is comely, safar, it glistens, alai, upon I, it glistens upon I. Just bringing out the Hebrew word by word. So the chabarim is the measuring cords. So what we have here, the chabalim, is the measuring cords that mark off the area that falling to a lot, that roll of the stones, you say like the dice, and then use of the territory so allotted. So his and I portion having been assigned to him and to I by Yahweh Eloheinu. So therefore, since it's assigned to I by he who be, it must be of the goodiest, of the goodliest, and the choicest portion. Little Selah. Yes, Rastafari.
Psalm 60.
נשמור תצאי, נחתם, לדוד.
Preserve me, O God, for in thee do I put my trust.
שומרני אל, כי חסידי בך.
O my soul, thou hast said unto the Lord,
אדוני אתה, טובתי בל עליך.
Thou art my Lord.
אדוני.
My goodness extendeth not to thee, but to the saints that are in the earth, and to the excellent, in whom is all my delight. Their sorrows shall be multiplied that hasten after another God. Their drink offerings of blood will I not offer, nor take up their names into my lips. The Lord is the portion of mine inheritance and of my cup. Thou maintainest my lot. The lines are fallen unto me in pleasant places. Yea, I have a goodly heritage. I will bless the Lord, who hath given me counsel. My reins also instruct me in the night seasons. I have set the Lord always before me. Because he is at my right hand, I shall not be moved. Therefore my heart is glad, and my glory rejoiceth. My flesh also shall rest in hope. For thou wilt not leave my soul in hell, neither wilt thou suffer thine Holy One to see corruption. Thou wilt show me the path of life. In thy presence is fullness of joy. At thy right hand there are pleasures forevermore, 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 forevermore,
Until my people are free, as it was in the beginning, so shall it be. In the last days, when the youth them are preacher than terrible. Peace, now stop, give thanks and praise to Alpha and Omega, Empress many
So here, today's daily Psalm 16, happiness to Elohim, happiness to Yahweh Eloheinu, he who be, I and I, almighty power. Here, Mizmor 8 Zain, Psalm 16, Psalm XVI. So we had verses 1 and 2, his and I acknowledgement of Ha'el, of El, the Almighty, the source. Verses 3 to 4, he and I associating only with the goodly, the set apart ones. Yes, like attract like, the Chabarim. And verses 5 to 6, Yahweh Eloheinu is his and I portion. Now here, verses 7 to 8, his relationship. The relationship. Some say religion, we say relationship, right? Relationship with Eloheinu, with Yahweh Eloheinu. Here picking up with verse 7 here, the Zain verse, Hebrew letter Zain, 7th letter Hebrew Aleph Beit. Here, verse 7, KJV first up, I will bless Yahweh who has given me counsel. My reins also instruct I in the night seasons. Here. Abarek. Some might say Avarek, modern Hebrew. Abarek et Yahweh asher ye'atzani. Afalelota Yisaruni Kiliotai. Here. Abarek. I will bless. Abarek. So from Barak, he blessed, right? Abarek, I bless, I will bless. Abarek. Et Yahweh, I will bless he who be, who he be. Asher, he who be, who. Ye'atzani. Here we have counsel from Ya'at. He counsel, he advised. To counsel, consult. He had counsel, he advised. Here in the Hebrew sense, we have right here, Ye'atzani, Ye'atzani, the one who has counseled I. Who he be? He who be, who Abarek, I will bless, I will prosper, right? I will prosper, I will bless. Abareka et Yahuwah Asher, the one who Ye'atzani, who has Ya'atzani, Ye'atzani, who has counseled I, wonderful counselor, you know, golden utterances, selected speech, who has counseled I. Asher Yatzani, Af, 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 right? They don't bring out the Af here. Af here is a particle in Hebrew. Go down to Tanakh right here. Af. There we go. Af. Af is like yea also. They brought it out in the earlier part of the verse, but here, Af, yea, yea, Af, like for sure. Yea, right? So the first part of the verse is two parts of the verse right here. First part of the verse is Abareket Yahuwah Yatzani. I will bless he be, who has given me counsel, or who counsels I. Who be, the one who counsels, who advises I. Abareket Yahuwah Asher Yatzani. Af, Laylo, yea, yea, also, Af, yea, indeed. Af, Laylot, indeed, the nights, Laylot. So Laylot is here, right? We have Layl, Layl, different forms in the written Hebrew for night, Layl, 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 or contracted Layl, Layla, Layla. But here we have it in the plural sense of Laylot, Laylot. In Amharic we say night, saying Laylit. Say Melkam Laylit, like good night, right? Melkam Laylit. Here, the Hebrew, Af Laylot, yea, indeed, Laylot, the nights, the nights. So you see what it says, night seasons? Yeah, I get what they're saying in the old KJV 400 year. Yeah, I get that. But it's more directly the nights. The nights are the night seasons. So in the nights, you know what I mean? Oh, chant right here, here. Pray to I, pray to I. I didn't bring that on right there. There's there for ones and ones. Once again, we're at this verse 7 and 8, the Zayn and the Het verse, his relationship with Yahweh Eloheinu. Here we're at the 7th verse, Psalm 16. Abarek et Yahuwah Asher Yatzani. Af Leilot. Yisaruni Kiliotai. Af, yea. Also, yea. So you see what it says, my reigns also instruct me in the night season. So they reordered the word, KJV, to give it in the English that sense. But breaking down the Hebrew, Af, indeed, also, indeed, Laylo, the nights, Yisaruni, they Yasar me, Yisaru, Ani, I, Yisaru, they Yasar, to chasten, to discipline, to instruct, to admonish. Now, Yasar in Hebrew, at this form of the word, the root word here in the studies in the Strongs, literally means he chastened, he disciplined, he instructed, he admonished. Here we have it as Yisru, they instruct, they discipline, right? They discipline, I. Yisaruni. Who is they? Right? Kiliotai, my reigns, my kilia singular. What is kilia? Often translated as reigns, right? What is the reigns? The reigns are the kidneys. Interesting. The reigns are the kidneys. Both the physical, literal organ kidneys, but in the Hebrew Midrash, the two truths of the Hebrew, right? The literal sense, literally and figuratively, it's the seat of the emotion, affection, right? Also the kiliot or the kilia, right? Kilia is one kidney. Kiliot is like the two kidneys. Also of the sacrificial animal, the kiliot, right? So here we have this, and Hebraically, the sense of this is like figuratively an aspect of the interior self, an aspect of the mind in the context of the emotions, the seat of the emotions and affections. this is very interesting here because, and looking at, into the kidneys and different things that, like certain emotions can also affect, our kidneys. But here, this is brought out as my reins, right? Also instruct me in the night seasons, or yea, the nights, right? The nights, they instruct me, right? They instruct me my kidneys, right? They instruct me my kidneys. It's an interesting concept, but it goes to, you could say, the emotional, psychological understanding of the ancient Ivrit, of the Hebrews, right here. First part first. I will bless Yahweh, right? Well, it says of a truth that the lesser is blessed of the, right? The lesser is blessed of the better, right? So, reason, how can we bless him? So the sense of this often is brought out as I will thank him, right? I will bless him. I will prosper him by prospering his way, truth, and life, by living up, right, and living out the truth and becoming like a living, sacrifice, an example, right? That's how we prosper. How do we bless him? Right, by doing good, by keeping his way, truth, and life. Abarek. This is how we thank him. Some bring this out as I will praise him, I will thank him, but Abarek, literally, I will bless him, I will prosper, right? But yet it says that is a true saying that the lesser is blessed of the better. You know what I mean? Like, who will give to who? The one who doesn't have, how can they give to he who has all? So how do we bless him? We bless him by prospering his cause, his way, his truth, his life. Abarek et Yahweh, Asher, the one who, Atzani, the one who has given me, or who, Yatzani, he who be, he be Yatzani. Yatsani. He be the one who has counsel, who gives me counsel. He's granted me the understanding, the overstanding to choose, right choice, to choose him, Yahuwah, Elohim, to choose him as the source of my welfare, of my shalom, of my peace, my peace of my the shalom of my spirit, the shalom of my soul, the shalom of my body, of my health and my wealth, right? Therefore, this counsel, I prosper him in the way I walk out and live the liberty. In the night seasons, the laylot. In the stillness of the night, it is said, and we testify, yea, the voice of Yahweh Elohim, Eloheinu, right, seem to speak to him, and for many of I and I, even to I, and directs I and I thoughts, the night meditation, the meditations, the medis in the night season, right? You have to think about it, if ones and ones, the work ones do in the day and all that goes on in the day, right? Sometimes that's maybe the only time, that one's, it's a good time if ones can have that time, to pray and to meditate upon the counsel, the word, the truth, the life of the King of Kings Christ. The reins. We touched on this just briefly, but the word reins is literally in singular the kiliyah, in the plural sense the kiliot, right? Physically, it's the kidney organs, right? In the metaphoric sense of the Hebrew, the kidneys Hebraically applies to the seat of emotion and affection. And then in the giving, when the time of giving the animal sacrifice of the sacrificial animals, the reins, the kidneys. It's an interesting medi right here, the sensual organ, right? The figurative sense, the emotions, the mind, right? The mind, the interior self. Right here, bringing it here to the 8th verse. Also in Psalm 7, round about verse 9, it mentions the connection of the kidneys again, or called the reins, right? The chet. Some might think when it says the reins, like we said, take the reins of take the reins of something. We might say like take like the reins, like to take like the horns, or take the, what do they call it again? not the steering wheel, but back in the days they had like the straps, like for the horses. You know what I mean? Take the reins in that sense. You might think of it like that, and it could be applied like that in spirit and in truth, right? But literally, directly, it's speaking about the kidneys, speaking about our emotions, right? Remember the psalmist theme, happiness, right? And we say happiness is not so much an emotion, but a state of mind. That the righteous, even in difficult times, right? There's still that what did Paul say? Contentment, the happiness, because this too will pass. Here, the het verse right here, the 8th verse, this section, relationship with Yahweh. I have set Yahweh. I have set he who be always before me, because at my right hand I shall not be moved. Now the word he is not found in the Hebrew sense of he is. Let's go through this. It says Shaviti. Someone say Shaviti in modern Hebrew. The ancient pointing Shawiti. Yahweh le negedi. Shawiti Yahweh le negedi. Negedi. Slicha. Negedi. Okay, let me come again. Shawiti Yahweh le negedi. Shawiti Yahweh le negedi. Tamid kia mimini bala emot. Ki yamini bala emot. Because my right hand, bala emot, because of my right hand, right? From my right hand. Me yamini. Ki me yamini. Yemen, right hand. Yamini, my right hand. Me, from. Ki me yamini. From my right hand. Baal, absolutely not. Emot. To be moved. Right? Like the shaken, stirred, not to be moved. Let's break this down right here. I have set, first part first, I have set Yahweh always before me. Where the word, the first word of the commandment, the 10 words, right? That's falsely called the 10 commandments in translation, but correctly, the 10 words, which is ha mitzvah, which is the commandment. We look at the first and the second word of the commandment. Thou shalt not have no other Elohim acharim, before me. Look what Dawid says in I-9 to say. I have said, he who be, always before me, or always like in my, before me, right? Before me. It's interesting here because here we have, wow, they didn't bring that word out. Notice the before me doesn't have any blue letter word there, blue letter. We have to go down here just to bring out this sense, because it's not lifanai, lifnei. Like it's not lifnei like fanai, panim. Instead, here we have neget. What is conspicuous? What is in front of? What is opposite, before your face? It has a sense, can have a sense of almost like opposition. In fact, when it says that Ezra Kenegado, remember the helpmeet, that it says that the woman was to be the helpmeet. He needed a helpmeet, right? Ezra is help, Kenegado. Like negado, right? Like before him, like neged, like a counterpart, like in front of, right? Like opposite. Right? It can even have a sense of over against. I don't have to keep myself constrained. I keep him before me, like over, opposite, against I. I've set him and set his way before I. Right? So here, it says the word set is from shawa, right? Shawa, ancient pointing, modern Hebrew, shava, shawa, shawiti. But what does shawa mean? Shawa means, it's translated as set, but let's look at the Hebrew. The 877:37 says to agree with. I have agreed with, become like, level, resemble, right? You see, in the third entry, to set, to place, a sense of setting, right? But it has a sense of to be like. Let's go down here, to be level, You know when people say nowadays level up, right? Shawiti, I have leveled up. Shawiti, Shaviti, I've leveled up. Shawiti, I have leveled up. Shawiti Yahweh, I have leveled up. He who be, li negadi, right? As a counterpart before me, opposite, right? To I, Tamid, always. Another sense of the word set. So the KJV has the word set, and that gives a good idea, general idea. But as we study, we say, wait, level, shawa, level up, equalize. I've equalized. He who be. You know, like when you adjust your equalizer so you get a better sound, right? So I brought him before me so I can get a better sound, word, sound, power, right? Equalize. In the figurative sense, to resemble. Check Shawiti. He who be, Linegadi, Tamid, right? Before I, opposite to I, Tamid. Tamid mean always. The implication of this is to adjust, right? See, we adjust ourselves, make adjustments before we enter into a judgment, right? The implications to adjust, that is from the shawa sense to counterbalance, right? I have set Yahuwah, I have counterbalanced, I have adjusted, right? He who be before me, my view, before my face, always, opposite to me, always. Shawiti Yahuwah Lenegadi. Tommy, the annotator of something known as the Shulchan Aruch. The Shulchan Aruch. This is a whole reasoning. We have to pick up on this. Shulchan means table, Aruch means set. So literally in the Hebrew, Shulchan Aruch means like a table set, right? Like setting a table, right? This here is like a compendium of Yehudi, Judaic, Torah reasoning, right? On the first paragraph of what is known as the Shulchan Aruch, right? It quotes these words with the comment. So in the beginning of what's known as the set table, you know, it says he prepared a table before me, right? And then the priestly service setting that table, right? That table, that Shulchan Aruch, meaning like properly set. Everything is proper in proper order, right? So in that document that reasons on the Yehudi, you know, understanding of Torah, right? It quotes this particular verse right here. This verse here. Shawiti Yahweh lenegadiya tamid akia mimini bal emot. I have set Yahweh always before I, surely, right? He is at my right hand or from my right hand. Bal emot, I will absolutely not be moved, right? And it has this comment. This is a leading principle, right? So what we're going through right here, just to bring out this leading principle of this particular first part of verse 8. I have set. And just a medi on this is a good medi. Shawa, shava, shaviti, or shawiti, to agree with, to become like, to level, to resemble. And then bringing it down here to the key italicized words, level, equalize, resemble, adjust, right? The sense of counterbalance. He who be, always opposite to I, right? Opposite to I. This is a leading principle in being really just, in really justness. The heathens call it, they think religion, we bun that, but really just, and in that relationship. And in the upward, higher height striving of the righteous and making the right choices, who walk, who tried ever in the presence, the perception of Yahweh Elohim, perceiving he who be before the eye, and perceiving the eye before he who be. To have the consciousness, this is the true consciousness, the consciousness of being always before him must profoundly affect man, the human being's conduct in every circumstance that we go through, that we halak, that we go, and the halakha, how we walk it out, how we tried it out. It says right here, it says, ki mimini, bal emot, ki, for right? Mimini, right? For literally in the Hebrew, from my right hand, from my yamin. Ki yamini, right? Yamini, my right hand, my yamin. Yamin shali, yamini, right? My right hand, my right hand. This is the position, right, of the guide, the helper, and the champion. In ancient times, the right hand usually was a position where the champion would stand at the right hand, right, at my right hand, as my guide and as my helper, right? It says, if I forget thee, O Yerushalayim, right, let my what right hand forget, right? It's cunning, her cunning, right? Let my tongue cleave to the roof of my mouth, right? So he who be is at my right hand, my guide, my helper. Therefore, he says, Baal a Mot. I shall not, absolutely not, cannot possibly. If I do this, I cannot possibly be moved. Baal a Mot. Emot. Emot from Mot. Mot, he tottered, he slipped, he shook, right? Baal a Mot. I will not totter, I will not shake, I will not slip, I will not be dislodged, I will not waver. Check, right? Baal a Mot. This we find in the previous psalm when it says, he that doeth these things. If you look in Psalm 15, Chabarim, the last word in Psalm 15, it says, he that doeth these things. If we do these things shall never, ever be moved. O say, Ele. O say, the doer of Ele, of these, lo, Yemot Olam will not be moved to time indefinite, right? No matter how much time goes on, they will not be moved. So right here, the final portion, right here, today's daily psalm, right here, speaking of happiness, right? Speaking of the happiness. In these three verses, to seal up today's daily psalm, we have the 8th verse here, the 9th verse. Therefore, all right. So when we see therefore, it's always good to ask yourself, well, what came before the therefore? Right? Somebody says such and such and such and such and such. Therefore, well, what came before the therefore? So all that has come before the therefore, right? Hitherto, we come up to this verse here, the 9th verse. Therefore, my heart is glad and my glory rejoiceth. My flesh also shall rest in hope, shall rest or dwell confidently, always faithful, always sure. Lakain. Here we have the Hebrew lakain, therefore. Lakain. Samach, libi, samach. Say sameach, the holidays, sameach, happy, gladness, happy. Samach, libi, my lave, my heart, libi, my heart, right? Samach, libi. Therefore, lakain, samach, libi. Happy my heart, wayagel, right? And rejoicing, yagel, and yagel, and rejoicing, kabodi, right? Kabodi, my glory. So he says, therefore, lakain samach libi, therefore my heart is glad, my heart is happy. Wayagela kabodi, and my glory is rejoicing. Af, yea, also, indeed, indeed. Basari, my basar is flesh, right? My flesh, basari, basari, yishkon, will shakan, will dwell. Shakan, to dwell, like Shekinah, Shakanya, right? Therefore, my flesh, Afa Bisari, Yishkon, La Betach, will dwell, La Betach, in surety, security. Hear the word betach, betach, here in security, in surety, in sureness, in safety, right? In that feeling, perception of trust, safely and securely, always faithful, always sure. So what do we have here? We have in this verse 1, 2, 3 parts of this one verse. First part, therefore my heart is glad and my glory rejoiceth, or therefore my heart samach, samach. They have rejoice, glad here, but this is often used in terms of happy. Hebraically, we say happy for samach, right? Therefore my heart, libi, my lave, heart, inner man, inner mind, my will, right? My thinking, my inclination, right? My resolution, right? My moral character is happy. Lakain samach libi wa yagel. Wa and yagel. And gil, the root word is gil. Yagel comes from gil, gul. Gul and gil, right? He rejoiced, gil, he rejoiced, he exalted, he was glad. Wa and yagel. And he or it, wa yagel, kabodi. And my glory, he or it will rejoice, but the root word is like to spin around. You see what it says spin? Under the influence of any, it says violent or strong emotion. Usually it means to rejoice. In another context, it can mean to cringe and fear, but it's so happy, just got to move. My glory, my kabod, kabodi, kabod, my kabod, my gravity, my kabod, my honor, my dignity. The word kabod properly comes from weight. In Amharic, we say kabada, kabada, kabada. Right? Kabada means like to be heavy, weight. It was a biblical word for gravitas. When it says the glory of the Most High, the gravity, right? The weight, the heaviness. So gravity really means weight, the weight, right? But only, right, in the figurative sense, in a good sense. Splendor, copiousness, right? That worthiness. My glory rejoices, right? So glory, kabod. This is often interpreted, right here in verses 9 to 11, his happiness, I happiness, the soul, the psyche, that is the glory of the body. So from studying the Hebrew scriptures, it can be deduced that the soul, you know how it says how the woman is the glory of the man, therefore one's soul, right, is that glory of the body. Check. The soul, the glory of the body. So here we see this parallelism, right? In Genesis chapter 49, right, 49, the blessing of the patriarch Yaakov, verse 6, he says, may my soul not come into their council, to their assembly, may my glory not be united. When he was given that baraka there concerning Shimon, Simeon, and Levi, you know, because that incident, the Shechem incident right there. So we see this kind of likeness, this parallelism of the soul, right? Remember, the soul is feminine, right? Shall not come into their council, to their assembly. May my glory, kabodi, not be united, not be made one. Genesis 49, round about verse 6. Second part of the verse right here. Af, indeed, Bisari. Af, indeed, Bisari. Bisari. The Bisari is flesh, Basar. Af, Bisari Yishkon La Betach. So that's my flesh, Basar. Basar. Basar is the flesh, right? In Hebrew, Basar. Right? Basar. Basar is the flesh. There's a couple of different contexts. Like flesh can be the body itself. Sometimes the flesh can be in a euphemism, the male organ of generation, the flesh. So flesh, also the kindred, the blood relations. The flesh, when spoken of in the scripture, as that which is frail and erring, as man errs against Yahweh, the flesh, living things, living creatures, animals, humanity. But the general sense of it is the flesh, the freshness, the body, right? Therefore, my what? My flesh also dwelleth in safety. Af, Bisari Yishkon La Betach. La Betach. In addition to the bliss or the joy, the happiness of the spirit, right, and of the psyche, of the soul, his and I body also enjoying that security, right? We say health and wealth. So the three terms, there's three terms, a trinity of terms used here. There's heart, there's glory, and there's flesh. You check? There's heart, libi, there's glory, kabodi, and there's flesh, bisari. So here we have libi, kabodi, bisari. Here we have heart, libi, my glory, kabodi, my flesh, bisari. This denotes the constituent elements of the human being from the core Hebrew, right? Spirituality, conception, the heart, right? The heart, the glory, and the flesh, or we could say the body. The three constituent elements of the human being. And this here translates to what we would call the spirit, soul, and body, or some might say the mind, spirit, and body. The mind in the sense of the soul, the psyche, the spirit, the irit, and the body. Or here in this verse, libi, kabodi, basari, my heart, my glory, my flesh. Here, bringing us right here to the 10th verse, the Yod verse, today's daily psalm, in the section of his and I happiness. For thou, the I, wilt not leave my soul, nafshi, in hell. Neither will thou suffer thine Holy One to see corruption. Now, this is an interesting verse right here, right? Reading from the HB at the top. Ki aloa ta'azoba nafshia lishol lo titena chasedeka lirota shahat. Ki, for lo ta'azob, you will not abandon. Ta'azob. You will not, it says leave here, but the word is ta'azob. You will not azab. Azab, to leave, forsake, right, or to lose, right? Azab in the Hebrew, he left, he forsook, he lost or lose, like abandoned. Here in the Hebrew says ki, for, or because, ki, for, because, lo, not ta'azob. The I, male, will not abandon. Lo ta'azob. You not abandon nafshi, my nefesh, my soul, my psyche. You will not abandon she, right? My soul, the seat of the, bring it down here, the seat of the emotions, appetites, passions, the will, the mind, right? The psyche, the breathing creature. Remember, it's a noun feminine, right? You will not abandon my soul, nafshi, li sheol, li, towards or to Sheol. Sheol is brought out here in the KJV as hell. But Sheol is like the ancients seem to have had this conception, the ancient Mitzrayim, Egyptians had this conception of the Duat, the underworld, right? The underworld, or Hades. Others had that conception, Sheol. Yeshua, Robenu, also speaks of that. Remember the rich man that wore purple all the time, like IUIC, the purpleites, and then there was the poor man, Lazarus, and they both had died, and they went to this place, and they could kind of see each other, but they was in different districts, right? One was in the good, Lazarus was in the bosom of Abraham, and the rich man was like, was very thirsty, and, it was like, it seemed like it was hot or just uncomfortable. He was very thirsty. And he said, wanted Lazarus to dip his finger and bring some water. So what Yeshua is describing there is this ancient perception of the underworld, Sheol. The interesting thing about the Sheol is that it can be entered into, and the Hebrews believe that it was entered into after death, but sometimes people can get glimpses of it in life. It's like when they say hell, okay, it exists, it's a place, and it's a place of judgment, but there's also hell-like experiences, right, within life. And we can show that in the scripts where he says, you delivered me from Sheol, right? I was in Sheol, right? A place without praise, a place of no return. We call this the anti-repatriation place. the place of nightmares, right, of degradation, right? Whether after one, it can happen in the Olam Hazeh, in this world, right? Or the Olam Haba, and in the world to come. So this the Hades, the underworld, right? The Duat, right? You will not abandon, right? My soul, my psyche, my feelings, my thoughts, my emotions, my inner self to these hell-like, Sheol-like, anti-repatriation-like place of no return, place of no praises. So it's interesting in the Sheol here, they try to describe it based on elsewhere in the scripture, the abode of the dead, the place of no return, a place without praise of Elohim, like says the wicked, like who shall praise you in Sheol, right? The wicked are sent there for punishment, as in Rabbeinu Yeshua's example of the rich man and Lazarus. The righteous is not abandoned to it. Also with the resurrection of the Moshiach Yeshua, when it says he went down to Sheol and he had brought them up, those who had faith in the Messiah. Also a place of exile for the Israelites and the Yehudites, the Judahites and I. Exile is like Sheol. Exile is like hell, right? It's like an extreme degradation in uckery and sin and fuckery and folly, right? But then, if that is bad, then there's also that place. So what's that place after death? So what we're trying to say right here is, some will tell you it's just hell afterward. But if you study the scripture, ones do get taste of it. You get strong taste of it. And for the Israelites and the Judahites, we use that term also for like being far from Yah's way, right? Being in hell-like conditions, being far from the Chabarim, from the righteous, find yourself among the ratchet and the wicked. That's a taste of the Sheol, of the underworld, right? Of the Duat. So right here, what do we have right here? Here, the last two verses have been traditionally interpreted. These last two verses of today's daily Psalm, Psalm 16, traditionally interpreted as an intimation of the immortality of the righteous, right? So many look at these verses saying that for the righteous there is an immortal. Even the ideas of immortality and resurrection truly were Yehudi, Judaic concepts that Moshiach Yeshua perfected and brought to clarity and brought to light. But they were teachings prior to, right, the birth of Moshiach, the Word becoming flesh. But the Word becoming flesh clarifies, gives a true sight and insight. And these are usually quoted as conveying that message, right? These last two verses of today's daily psalm, right here. Now, these verses were used in collective worship, called liturgical use, or the Kedase, worship. And they've deepened the association of the words with the thought of the soul's potential. I'll put the word potential deathlessness, because it does say that the soul can die. But it also says that the right soul, the righteous soul, right, does have that immortality, right? So both are true, that the soul can die, right? The soul that sins, that soul will die, right? But the soul does have that potential for deathlessness, and this is what these verses, but it depends on that choiceness. Now, some say it's questionable, however, whether it is the plain meaning of the passage that rather defines the phrase, my flesh also dwelleth in safety. Directly in the narrative right here, this phrase brings out a further definition of my flesh dwelleth in safety. The previous verse right here. But it also implies the new covenant Brit Chadash sense, right, of that resurrection and that immortality, right, in the Moshiach, the King of Kings Christ. Ki aloha tazoba nafshia lishol. When he said, Lama sabaktani, azab tani sabaktani, right? Why have you what? Because he's about to go down to that Sheol. Ki aloha tazoba nafshia lishol. Lo titain. You have not given lo titain hasideka All right, you have not given your Holy One. Now, see, this psalm is interesting. When it says the saints earlier, it was Kedoshim. This psalm is a beautiful psalm because the two key words that often are confused as Holy One. Sometimes the translators are loose with it, but here they have Holy One as Chassid, right? In the earlier verse, it had the word saints as from the Kadash or the Kadosh sense of Kedoshim. Here it says Chasidei Ka, the eyes Chasidim. Chasidim Shalcha, Chasidei Ka, right? You're Chasid, you're pious, you're goodly, you're godly ones. Now, we touched on this before because Chesed, the root Chesed, is an attribute of Yahuwah. Who he be? He be Chesed. He be the loving, kind one. He be the merciful one. So, how do we understand Holy One in this context? Right? How do we understand Holy One in this context? You know, there's a Yehudi sect known as the Hasid, the Hasidic, right? They basically build on this word. And in ancient times, we already know it was a kind of a defining category. You see what it says pious, the pious one, the godly one, sometimes translated the holy one, right? Or merciful one. It more directly has a sense of the merciful one or the goodly, the loving, kind one. The sense is, if Yahuwah has shown you his chesed, his loving kindness, then you need to do the same thing in your life, your liberty. That's why Robbeinu Yeshua gives the example of the man who had a great debt, and the master was about to sell him and his wife and his children, right, into debt servitude. One might say slavery, into working off the debt. And the man pleaded with the master. He said because he loved him, right, the master let go of that debt. Then this man went back to those who were under him, and somebody owed him a little something. And then he threatened to do everything that the master was about to do to him, and he would not relent on that one. His servants heard that, and they knew that he just pleaded out this debt to his master, and the master let him go. Now this guy owed you a little something. Now you want to do the same thing to him. They went to that one, and you can read about the judgment there. So the point is that the Hasidim, the true Hasidic or Hasidim, are those who have received of his loving kindness, his mercifulness, and that has had a powerful impact on their life. And one can see that they also show that kindness, that piousness. You know what I'm saying? So this is the secondary sense of Holy One. So there's two key Hebrew words that get confused. One is the Kedoshim. That means set apart ones who are Kadosh in the singular, Kedoshim in the plural, and then those who are Hasid, right, merciful, loving, kind, or pious, right, and therefore the Hasidim, right, because they have received of that loving kindness, that mercifulness. So just to bring that out right there, because these are two words, because once you Holy One here, and you might say Kadosh, that's Kadosh there, right? No, the translator basically translates Holy Ones. A more better translation would be godly one or goodly one, right? But you will not abandon my soul to the nether world. Since thou art my protector, right, at my right hand, thou will not allow I, even I and I, to become the victim. Don't make I and I their korban. Don't make me their korban. I'm not going to be your korban. Victim, korbanut, victimization. Korban is actually sacrifice. What the animal sacrifice is the korban, right? That's brought near to the priest, and the priest puts it on the altar. But the word victim is korban, right? So not allow I to be the victim, the korban of evildoers, so that I perish and descend into the underworld and descend into Sheol. And then it goes on right here to say, right, you will not suffer your Hasideka, your Hasidim, your pious ones, those who are receiving your loving kindness, to see corruption, or literally to see, shahat. What is shahat? Yeah, it sounds like that English word, right? Shachat, right? Shite, right? The pit. Shachat is the pit, the destruction, grave, the pit of for catching lions, the pit of hell, the pit, the trap. Figuratively, shachat, literally, shachat is like a pit trap. In the figurative sense, it's destruction, right? So literally, you will not suffer your hasidim, right, to see, right, to see the pit, to see the pit. Right here. Lo titena hasideka lerot, to see, lerot, right, shachat, to see, shachat. This is a Hebrew poetical phrase of suffer death, literally suffer death. So the resurrection themes that are brought out more fully, right, and perfectly in the Brit Hadasha have their roots here. Suffer death. That he should still live always. That he should not see the pit. We have this in Psalm 49, round about the 9th to 10th verse. That he should still live always. That he should not see shachat, should not see the pit, that's to say corruption, literally the pit, destruction, the trap. Psalm 49, verse 10, also to build on this right here. And here brings the fulfillment verse, the Yod Aleph. Remember, these last three verses are some precious gems. Because the psalm is happiness in Yahweh Eloheinu, he who be, I and I Elohim, the Elohim, right? The Elohim of I and I, Lord and Savior, the Father, the God and Father, I and I, Lord and Savior, Yeshua HaMoshiach. Here, happiness, the beatitude through Yahweh Eloheinu. Here to the Yod Aleph verse, thou wilt shew what you will show me. You're not going to, that he will not see the pit, right? But the eye will shew. This is what you will show I, the path of life, the path of liberty. In thy presence, thy face, thy perception, fullness of joy, the fullness of simcha, simcha Torah, the joy of the Torah, simcha. You see, simcha. So you say, samach libi, my heart is glad, is happy. Simcha, happiness, right? The sense right here, the fullness of happiness, the fullness of joy. At thy right hand, pleasures forevermore. Here, sealing up right here. Todaini, todia, ani, todia, you will make I to know. Now, here's what's interesting here. KJV says that will show me, but the root word is yada, right? Which is to know. It's to know. So in the Hebrew, right, construct here, you will cause me to know, right? Todi'ani, you will cause todia. That's from this sense right here, right? This sense right here, make known, cause to know. Even the here we go, the hefil, right? Todi'ani, right? Hofar, make known, right? To make known, declare, right? But it has more of the poal sense. You see the poal, to cause to know in the construction. To the aini, from yada'a, to the I, male, to the you will cause to know, ani, cause me to know. To the aini, orach, the path, chayim, the orach, hayim, the orach. Remember we said about the Shulchan Aruch? Aruch come from this root word. The paired table, right? You have a link with this Aruch, right? But here we have path, Orach, the way, the path, the way of what? Chaim, the way of life, the way of lives. Orach Chaim. Tod'aini Orach Chaim, right? Sovah. Se machota etapaneka, soba. Soba here is fullness. You see, soba is satiety, like being satisfied. right? So it's fullness in the sense of satisfaction. Soba. Soba, simachot. Simachot is not just joy. So the word joy is plural. Simcha is singular. In the Hebrew, it's simachot, the plural. So here it's like fullness, satisfaction of joys. Etapaneka, satisfaction of joys, the eye presence, your face, your perception is the satisfaction of joys. Soba simachot etpaneka, the eye, male face is the satisfaction of joy. Soba simachota etapaneka. Ne'imot, 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 pleasures. Remember that word? Na'im, na'im, na'im is pleasant, right? Delightful, that which is sweet, pleasant, delightfully, right? Objectively or subjectively, literally or figuratively, is sweet, is pleasantness. But here we have the word in plural sense. The translator, boom, the translator did good, said pleasures, because here is ne'imot, 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 biyamineka netzach. Ne'imot, biyamineka netzach. Ne'imot, biyamineka netzach. Pleasures, right? Pleasures, sweetness, by way of yamineka, the eye's right hand. Pleasures in thy right hand, with thy right hand, by way of thy right hand. Neimota bimineka netzach. Netzach. As we have on the tree, the Eitz Chaim. Here we have the Orach Chaim, the tree of life, Eitz Chaim, literally the tree of lives. Chaim is plural too. So I mean lives, right? And here we have Orach Chaim, the way of lives. Some say in every life there's many lives. Netzach, forever. The victory, enduring. This has a sense in Hebrew brought out as this also means forever, right? But here, breaking it down, the splendor, truthfulness, confidence, here in the sense of itinually. As you say, Rastaman say itinually. In thy right hand is pleasures, right? Is blissfulness forevermore. Ne'imota biyamineka netzach. Here, the breakdown in the build here on this. So instead of thou will shew me, let's see if anybody, okay, you see the NHEB brings it out. You make known to me. Todi'ani. Todi'ah, you make known, ani. I. You make known to me. Todi'ani. You make known to me, orach hayim. Orach hayim. You make known to me the path, right? The path of lives, of liberty, right? In your presence, right? In your presence is fullness of joys, right? Now notice here, this verse is quoted in Acts of the Apostles. Check it, check it. Acts of the Apostles, chapter 2, verses 25, 28. There's a very good Brit Hadash reference to this verse here. In your presence, in your perception, in your face is fullness, satisfaction of joys. Soba, soba, simachot et paneka. In your right hand, there are pleasures forevermore, or more directly, pleasures, sweetnesses, ne'imot, bimineka, in your yemineka, bimineka, in your yemen, your right hand, netzach, for Iva and Iva, right? So here, path of life, orach Chaim, the way indicated by Elohim, Yahweh Eloheinu, to man, to humanity, even to we, the Bnei Yisrael, in that he, I, and we lives, right, and may live in the highest sense, right, of that term, right, the way of righteousness, right choiceness. It is also the path in that days are long. The life is extended and premature death, may be avoided. In Deuteronomy chapter 30, verse 15, this is written, see, re, see, re. I have set before you this day life and good, death and evil. And then what it said, becharta, bechayim. Becharta, choose the I, bechayim, chayim, and chayim, in life. Choose life. In the presence, in thy presence, in thy face, the fullness of joys, the satisfaction of joys. Sobah, right? Simachot, or more better, the satisfaction of happiness, right? Worldly pleasures never completely satisfy, as does the joy, the happiness of the irit, the happiness of the Ruach HaKadosh, right? Derived from communion, communion with Yahweh Eloheinu, Hashem Yeshua. In thy right hand, sit at my right hand. Yahweh said to Adoni, sit at my right hand. Ne'imota bimineka netzach. In thy right hand. Ha Elohim, the creator, the judge, Yahweh Eloheinu, has in his possession, even by his right hand, delights, ne'imot, pleasure, ne'imot, that endure, ne'imot, la netzach, that continue, that go on and on and on and on, that he dispenses to ha-tzadikim, to the right choice ones, to the ones who have make the right choice for Yah's way, truth, and life of the King of Kings Christ. That's right choiceness. Tod eini rachayim soba simachot etapaneka neimota bimineka netzach. Here. Fullness of joy. Here we got to do this right here for those on the live stream. We're gonna just seal that up. So we go to the outro right here. A full of fullness here. So hopefully ones and ones, can receive this. I know we just pressed on. Here, yes, I. So here the Hebrew dubwise, today's daily psalm right here. Yes, I.
מזמור ט"ז, נחתם לדוד. שומרני אל, כי חסיתי בך. אמרת לאדוני, אדוני אתה, טובתי בל עליך. לקדושים אשר בארץ המה, ואדירי כל חפצי בם. ירבו עצבותם, אחר מהרו. בל אסיך נזקיהם מדם, ובל אשא את שמותם על שפתי. אדוני מנת חלקי וחוסי, אתה תומיך גורלי. חבלים נפלו לי בנעימים, אף נחלת שפרה עלי. אברך את אדוני אשר יעצני, אף לילות יסרוני חיליותי. שיביתי אדוני לנגדי תמיד, כי מימיני בל אמות. לכן שמח ליבי ויגל כבודי, אף בשרי ישכון לבטח. כי לא תעזוב נפשי לשאול, לא תיתן חסידך לראות שחר. תודיעני אורח חיים, שובע שמחות את פניך, נעימות בימינך נצח.
Psalm 16.
מזמור ט"ז, נחתם לדוד.
Preserve me, O God, for in thee do I put my trust.
שומרני אל, כי חסיתי בך.
O my soul, thou hast said unto the Lord,
אדוני אתה, טובתי בל עליך.
Thou art my Lord.
אדוני.
My goodness extendeth not to thee, but to the saints that are in the earth, and to the excellent, in whom is all my delight. Their sorrow shall be multiplied that hasten after another God. Their drink offerings of blood will I not offer, nor take up their names into my lips. The Lord is the portion of mine inheritance and of my cup. Thou maintainest my lot. The lines are fallen unto me in pleasant places. Yea, I have a goodly heritage. I will bless the Lord, who hath given me counsel. My reins also instruct me in the night seasons. I have set the Lord always before me. Because he is at my right hand, I shall not be moved. Therefore my heart is glad, and my glory rejoiceth. My flesh also shall rest in hope. For thou wilt not leave my soul in hell, neither wilt thou suffer thine Holy One to see corruption. Thou wilt show me the path of life. In thy presence is fullness of joy. At thy right hand there are pleasures forevermore, 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 forevermore.
Yes. Robeno speaks of the Beatitudes, the Ashrei, the happiness sense. It's a type of blessing, higher. The happiness is the highest blessing right there. We have the Barak and the Ashar, right? Ashrei sense of the happiness. Here, we just touched on it briefly, going through the verse by verse, just a quick kind of reasoning, even a little commentary, right, on this right here, just on the outro right here. Verses 8 to 11. Psalm 16, verses 8 to 11, where it reads, I've set Yahweh always before I, because at my right hand I shall not be moved. Therefore my heart is glad, my glory rejoiceth, my flesh also shall rest in hope. For thou wilt not leave my soul in Sheol, neither wilt thou suffer thy Holy One, thy Chassid, to see the pit, to see corruption. Thou wilt show I the path of life, Orach Chaim, in thy presence, fullness of joys, fullness of happiness. Here. This is share that right there, and then the Septuagint translation reads a little like this: I foresaw Adonai always before my face, for he is on my right hand, that I should not be moved. Therefore my heart rejoiceth, and my tongue was glad. Moreover, also my flesh shall rest in hope, because thou wilt not leave my soul in Sheol, in hell, in Hades, neither will thou suffer thine Holy One to see corruption. Thou hast made known to me
to I the ways of life, Orach Chaim. Thou shalt make me full of joy with thy countenance, with thy face. So here in Acts of the Apostle, just on the outro here, Acts of the Apostle chapter 2, in the Brit Chadasha, New Covenant sense, verse 25 to 28 plus verse 31, it reads this: For David speaketh concerning him. For David, even the greater David, the greater son, speaketh concerning him. I foresaw Yahweh, I foresaw Adonai, always before my face. For he is on my right hand, that I should not be moved. Therefore did my heart rejoice, and my tongue was glad. Moreover, also my flesh shall rest in hope, because thou wilt not leave nafshi, my soul, my psyche, in hell. Neither will thou suffer thine Holy One, thy chassid, to see corruption, to see the pit. Thou hast made known to me, to I, the way of life, Orach Chaim. Thou shalt make me full of joy with thy countenance. Then we get to verse 31. It says, He, seeing this beforehand, he seeing this before, spake of the resurrection of Moshiach. The resurrection. So therefore, resurrection we know is a core Hebrew idea, because David is the he here, seeing, right, this before, right, spake of the resurrection of Moshiach, of the anointed, that nafsho, his soul, his psyche, was not left in Sheol, in hell, neither his flesh did see corruption, did see the pit. And then here, one other verse that connects with these verses. Here we're reading from the New Testament quotations collated with Old Testament Hebrew scripture, showing how so much of what's called the Tanakh, or the Old Testament Hebrew Bible, is found in the Brit Chadasha, the New Covenant. So here, Acts of the Apostles, chapter 13, verses 34 to 37, where it reads, And as concerning that, he raised him up from the dead. Now, no more to return to corruption, or to return to Sheol, right? To the pit, right? He said on this wise, wherefore he saith also in another psalm, in another chant, Thou wilt not suffer thine Holy One, Chasedeka, Lirota Shachat, to see corruption, to see the pit. Verse 36. For David, David, right, fell on sleep and saw corruption, but he whom Elohim raised again saw no corruption. Here, Rabbi Shaul, aka the apostle, great apostle Paulos, bringing out in a new covenant sense a beautiful darasha, a commentary, a reasoning, and here quoting from the scripture, quoting from the Psalms, and even today's daily psalm right here, Psalm 16, Mizmoret 8, Zain, happiness of Elohim Chabarim. Just a little commentary right there to see the continuity, for the Talmudim, fellow disciples, and Chabarim, I associate. So here on the outro, we were sharing right there, that was on the dub, Gladiators, the classic Gladiators, Happy Man. We don't have the A side to share right here, but go check it out on YouTube. The Gladiators, Happy Man. Beautiful tune right there. And here the outro dub. Dub wise, be wise, dub wise.
Psalm 16.
מזמור ט"ז. מכתם לדוד, 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 לדוד.
Preserve me, O God, for in thee do I put my trust. My trust, my trust, my trust.
שומרני אל, כי חסיתי בך.
O my soul, thou hast said unto the Lord, to the Lord, to the Lord, to the Lord, to the Lord.
אדוני אתה, 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 אתה. טובתי בל עליך, בל עליך, בל עליך, בל עליך, בל עליך.
Thou art my Lord.
אדוני, 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 אדוני.
My goodness extendeth not to thee, but to the saints that are in the earth, and to the excellent, in whom is all my delight. Their sorrows shall be multiplied that hasten after another God. Their drink offerings of blood will I not offer, nor take up their names into my lips. The Lord is the portion of mine inheritance and of my cup. Thou maintainest my lot. The lines are fallen unto me in pleasant places. Yea, I have a goodly heritage. I will bless the Lord, who hath given me counsel. My reins also instruct me in the night seasons. I have set the Lord always before me. Because he is at my right hand, I shall not be moved. Therefore my heart is glad, and my glory rejoiceth. My flesh also shall rest in hope. For thou wilt not leave my soul in hell, neither wilt thou suffer thine Holy One to see corruption. Thou wilt show me the paths of life. In thy presence is fullness of joy. At thy right hand there are pleasures forevermore, 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 forevermore.
מזמור ט"ז, נחתם לדוד. שומרני אל, כי חסיתי בך. אמרת לאדוני, אדוני אתה, טובתי בל עליך. לקדושים אשר בארץ המה, ואבירי כל חפצי בם. ירבו עצבותם, אחר מהרו. בל אסיך נזקיהם מדם, ובל אשא את שמותם על שפתי. אדוני מנת חלקי וחוסי, אתה תומיך גורלי. חבלים נפלו לי בנעימים, אף נחלת שפרה עלי. אברך את אדוני אשר יעצני, אף לילות יסרוני חיליותי. שיוויתי אדוני לנגדי תמיד, כי מימיני בל אמות. לכן שמח ליבי ויגל כבודי, אף בשרי ישכון לבטח. כי לא תעזוב נפשי לשאול, לא תיתן חסידך לראות שחת. תודיעני אורח חיים, שובע שמחות את פניך, נעימות בימינך נצח.
Yes, 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 yes. Lila, toe. Here in the Laylot. Lila, the night. Lila, toe. Yeah, so we're in the third sabbatical study. Need to reason some more on Abraham. The theme of famine is interesting. So much talk about famine. Famine, famine, famine. There was famine in the promised land. The land that God was giving to Abraham had famine in the land. And the theme of the famine, failure, the faithfulness of Elohim, of Lέχlech, famine in the land, the need to return to the word of Elohim. What does famine teach us? Like to unpack in this Torah reading and feeding the third lέχlech, lέχlech. Some of the themes here that may resonate with us. Abram, wasn't he a migrant? There was famine in the land. Abram went down to Egypt. But wait, didn't Yahweh say he's going to give him this land, and this land is like a blessed land, but there was famine in the land. So what does this mean? So the themes of famine and failure, right? But also the faithfulness of Yahweh Eloheinu. So we want to first touch on even the rising in the midst of famine, because that's faith in Yahweh Eloheinu. How famine teaches us something right here in this Torah reading and feeding, right? And we need to kind of understand and understand as we look at certain things, Ethiopia, the famine before the birth of that man child, right? Tafari, Teferi Mekonin. There was famine, there was drought at his birth, there was a plentiful rain. People definitely, made that connection. And then in the fulfillment, right, of the visitation of the conquering line of the tribe of Judah, Kedemawi Haile Selassie, we see a famine there. Who causes famine? Is it God or man? Now, some are beginning to say, well, of course, man doesn't cause it, so why are you blaming a man? Can we blame Abraham for the famine in the land? But there was famine in the land, and the famine was grievous. Now, some looking at that, the way people look at Ethiopia and the signs today, they'll say, oh, look, there's famine over there. Oh, my gosh. But then you're not recognizing there was famine in the land. Genesis 12:10. Abraham went down to Egypt to sojourn there, for the famine was grievous in the land. And some say because he had left the land, he had to go through some things. He went through some things. Some even count that as a kind of a failure. There was a failure. The faith of Abraham, it is said, faltered in Genesis chapter 12, between verses 10 to 20. But come, make a reason as we move forward, other themes and topics here in this third sabbatical study for this Shabbat strong. But brothers and sisters and brothers, Lila Tov, like have a good night, blessed night. Also, Boker Tov, a good day, a good dawning, Shavua Tov, a good Shavua, a good 7 days, a good strong Bashem Yeshua HaMoshiach and the King of Kings Christ. Give thanks. That likeness, the likeness.
In Ethiopian life, the imperial ruler is likened in splendor to the sun, in exalted power to the lion, in his divine being to the kings of Israel, and at times to God himself.
Times to God himself. Yeah, at times to God himself. In the promised land, there was famine in the promised land. A lot of work to be done, right?
There's a lot of work to be done, oh gosh, in the promised land.
Now we have the land, and in the land is also consciousness. You check? Sowing the seeds.
There's a lot of work to be done, oh gosh, in the promised land.
Yes. Lala Tov, Hadarim. Yes, I. Rastafari. Stay tuned.
Lion of Judah shall break every chain.
Outro. Shalom, Chabrim, shalom. Lehitarot, till we meet one another again. Here, Sof, Shidur, end of transmission. Laila Tov, Boker Tov, Hashem Yeshua HaMoshiach.